Hello. Welcome to the transparency. What is good? Microphone. Check, check. 1, 2. Uh-oh. What should we talk about today? Bryan Kohberger? Sure, sounds great. I just dropped the link for you. It's all yours all day. Well, not all day, but let's see how long my AirPods last today. Let's see. I want to present a video for you guys. I've officially changed. It's a big thing to do when you want to change your detergent, and I went back to my childhood days.
We have tips coming in. We have investigators out every day interviewing people. We're still reviewing evidence. We're still looking at all aspects of this. And I said early on that no stone will go unturned. And I mean that. We are going to continue. This case is not going forward.
Cool. Testing it. You guys can hear, right? December 8th, 2022. Where are we in the investigation into the Idaho4, the University of Idaho? 4 slain students. Where are we in that investigation? Where are investigators in that investigation? You have a YouTube investigation, basically, and you have law enforcement investigation going on. I don't know which one's better. Social media help or hinder a real-time investigation? What? Let's start from the beginning. 11/11/2022. In the morning, Kaylee bought her Range Rover all by herself, then left her mom's house to go show Maddie her new car and hang out for the weekend. They had a fraternity party set, hanging out for the football game on Saturday. On 11/11 that evening, they were at a formal. That would be Maddie and Kaylee. On 11/12/2022 at 10:31 a.m., Maddie paid Kaylee with a note that said coffee. That was a Venmo transaction. 10:59 a.m., Ethan paid Kaylee with a note that said thank you. Again, a Venmo transaction. At 11:10 a.m., just 11 minutes later, Ethan paid Kaylee again through Venmo with a note that says, yeah, yeah, yeah. 2:30 p.m., Kaylee called her mom after sending pictures and telling her about how much fun her and Maddie had at the formal. The Vandal kickoff for that final game was at 4 p.m. on that Saturday, 11/12. So the pre-gaming at that house, 1122 King Street, that would have begun a couple hours before that 4 p.m. kickoff. At 8 p.m. on 11/12. Usually football games last about 2.5 to 3 hours.
Now, it was senior day for the Vandals.
Obviously, depending on the game. At 8 p.m., Ethan and Xana are at a fraternity, the Sigma Chi house. And that is located at 735 Nez Pierce Drive.
What's up, guys? So now we're inside the lodge. We just do stuff like philanthropies, brotherhoods, and socials in here.
Yeah, basically whenever there's a big group of people, we just like to kick it and chill in here.
So this is our study. We have the largest study on campus. This is the main room where people work on group projects and stuff. And then we got stalls up top and whiteboard back there.
And this is kind of all of our awards that we won. These ones on the plaques up here, those are our Blue Petersons. That means we're in the top 10% of Sigma Chi's in the nation. And 2020, we won Chapter of the Year.
Alright, so this is our fraternity.
Chapter of the Year! Hetty Potter, Chapter of the Year!
A student of fair ability with ambitious purposes, a congenial disposition, possessed of good morals, having a high sense of honor and a deep sense of personal responsibility.
So this is a 6-man for incoming freshmen. It comes with a living room, kitchen. We have 2 rooms. They each fit 3 people in them. And then a bathroom with dual vanity.
Dual vanity.
So this is a standard 6-man kitchen. It comes with full appliances. You got a working oven, working fridge. So we don't have our own house chef, but with that we do have the cheapest house bill on campus, which is going to be $2,800 a semester. So this is going to be a standard 6-man room. Everyone gets their own desk, their own area, own closet. You can kind of customize it and make it your own. So each room has its own
Right
loft
there.
with 3 beds.
Boom.
It can fit
Lana, you
a
smart.
full and even a queen.
Okay, remember you guys were talking about Halloween night? Look at this room right here. This looks similar. Okay, this is consistent with the pictures that were taken of Dylan that night when she was hammered in her outfit. So right here, if you look at this room is consistent with the pictures that were taken Halloween night party. Okay, this is Sigma Chi.
Customize it and make it your own. So each room has its own loft with 3 beds. It can fit a full and even a queen.
That's a fuck palace right there, guys. That is what you call straight OnlyFans on steroids. Okay, right here, I pause it just perfectly. If anybody's ever wondered when you look at the Sigma Chi house, this little green space here, it is actually enclosed, so you can't see what's truly going on in that area. Looking right past it, right there is literally the road that you take right there to make a quick left then to get right there to the house. Okay. Let me just tell you guys something that I am praying that my son never says I want to be in a frat. Okay. You know what I said one time when I said the word frat? They said, "Do you call your country a cunt?" I said, "Excuse me?" So no, wait, this is Taylor that's perpendicular or that's like parallel to the Sigma Chi house. Across from it is not. That's King Road right there. And I said, "Excuse me?" They're like, "Do you call your country a cunt? Don't call a frat. It's fraternity." And I said, "Oh, snap. Okay, well then why don't you behave like men and I'll call it a fraternity?" Okay. But I laughed when they said, "Do you call your country a cunt? Then don't call my fraternity a frat." I said, "Okay." And I was like, dude, God, it must suck to have to pay for friendships. That's how I feel about that.
So as we come down out of the courtyard, this is the basketball hoop. This is just like where the guys hang out. We like to stretch the minds and the legs, just get athletic.
I'll play any one of you guys in horse and beat you.
Right now it's empty around
Yup.
the court because we're working on putting bleachers in. So when you guys
Bleachers,
go,
like
you're
white men
welcome
can't
to-
jump.
Hey guys, my name is Luke Kawana. I'm one of the Derby Days chairman up here for our chapter. We raise money for the Huntsman Cancer Foundation down in Salt Lake City. The past 3 years in a row, we've raised over $20,000, and this past year we just set a new record.
Hi,
over 30
Annie
days.
Potts.
So, something we take a lot of pride
Welcome.
in. Throughout the week, we do.
Make sure you
a bunch
grab the
of different
link.
events.
You got 2
And
minutes on the
sororities
mic
make
today.
their own banners to support our cause.
Sweet. Well, that just about wraps it up. Thanks for stopping by the house.
Yeah, wrap it up, literally. At 8:40 p.m., Ethan Venmo's Jack K. This would be the first of everybody getting to know the name Jack K. It is said that Jack K drives people like an Uber driver. So it is speculation right now, but I believe that 840 thanks Venmo pay was Jack K giving him and Xana a ride somewhere. They were at the Sigma Chi house at 8, and then I believe that Jack gave them a ride. And that is what the 840 thanks Venmo is. Again, is that speculation? Yes. But does it make sense? Yes. Because then the 9 o'clock to 1:45 unaccounted time begins. They were accounted for at the Sigma Chi 8 o'clock, and then that 9 to 1:45 is the unaccounted time. 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Maddie and Kaylee unaccounted for time. Okay, so I want to talk about this a little bit. 7 to 10, 4 p.m. to 1 a.m. Not only is it unaccounted for all the victims and the surviving roommates, it is also unaccounted for the who would soon to be suspect and arrestee, Bryan Kohberger. Where was Bryan Kohberger between 7 and 10? Where was Bryan Kohberger between 4 and 7? And then where's Bryan Kohberger between 10 and 1? Where is everybody? Okay. So what I normally do is I will take an Excel spreadsheet and I will make a master log of literally, it'll have each sheet, which is this person, this person, this person, and their whereabouts. And then sheet number master is I take all of those and I pinpoint them on the same master Excel spreadsheet, because then it combines everything into one to say exactly where people are. And then I usually reference the points of where I'm getting my information. If it was from, a cell phone, if it was from a post somewhere and someone's tagging themselves, things like that. But we have literally this whole day that's truly unaccounted for in terms of these hours that are leading up into one of the most horrific massacres on any college campus, to be honest, not just the University of Idaho. Okay. 4 p.m. until 1 a.m. Unharmed roommates, Bethany and Dylan, unaccounted for. Again, Truth and Transparency believes that Ethan paid Jack K with a Venmo payment to give them a ride somewhere, meaning Ethan and Xana, a ride somewhere by Jack K. That's what he does. Maddie, Kaylee, they head on over to the Corner Club. It is a local hangout. They have grad students, undergrads, townies. They hung out until about, allegedly, 1:15, and then headed to the grub truck. Townies.
8 to 9 p.m.
Okay, let's see what they say here.
Chapin and Xana Kernodle were together Saturday night, November 12th.
Okay, right there, 8 to 9 p.m. Now, so what I decided to go back and look at here is if they were there from 8 to 9 p.m., they're saying, and then they left, right? Those are the initial reports. So then that 8:40 ride would have actually taken Ethan and Xana somewhere else, okay? In my opinion.
To a Sigma Chi fraternity party across from their home on King Road from 8 to 9 p.m. The other two victims, Kaylee Gonsalves and Madison Mogan, were at the Corner Club on Main Street. It's about a mile and a half away from the home on King Road. Police say they were there from around 10 p.m. to 1:30 a.m. After leaving the bar, the girls went to the grub truck just down Main Street from the Corner Club. It's about a 6-minute walk. They're seen in a video from the food truck, ordering...
Okay, right here, since they use this overhead, check this out. Let's go look at where it goes in the camera. Here we go.
The other two victims.
Right there. Take a look at where this is. Now, remember, picture them walking. All right? Picture them walking from this place to the grub truck, okay?
Kaylee Gonsalves and Madison Mogan were at the Corner Club on Main Street. It's about a mile and a half away from the home on King Road.
Okay, a mile and a half away. Let me tell you something about a mile and a half away. I'm an athlete, and you had to literally bust nuts to run a mile and a half. Let's just say a mile. If you're a good athlete in your prime, to run a mile, you're running the mile in like for females, an 8-minute mile, 7-minute mile, like if you're in the range of like 6-minute mile, you're booking it. Okay. You are like, that is fast. Now, picture in the cold, walking a mile and a half is normally like you can't run a 6-minute mile. All right. Let alone now you're walking, intoxicated 3 people. That's like more like a 15+ minute. All right. So this woman, whoever is saying this, is just woo. I don't think she knows what she's talking about. Okay. I'm sorry, but It just, no way. This is a mile and a half away. They chose to walk a mile and a half. And so I started thinking about that. And is there a timestamp on that video where we see them walking? Because I was under the impression that they were doing some like type of like bar hopping from what Olivia actually said in the beginning, that they went to places that they trusted, places as in plural. I'm not walking a mile and a half in college. I'm sorry. I'm just, there's no way I'm walking a mile and a half at 1:15 in the morning. There's just no fucking way. Like, you want to say people that are like Miss Prissy people, and that ain't even me, and I ain't even doing it. So why wouldn't they just get a ride from someone like Jack D or anybody else there for that matter to drop them off on their way leaving the place? Okay. Just think about that.
Police say they were there from around 10 p.m. to 1:30 a.m. After leaving the bar, the girls went to the grub truck just down Main Street from the corner club. It's about a 6-minute walk. They're seen in a video from the food truck ordering food.
Okay, so if it's a 6-minute walk, then it's definitely not a mile and a half down the road. That's all.
Food around 1:40 Sunday morning. U of I students tell us it's a common weekend routine to go from the corner club to the food truck. Idaho State Police says all 4 victims were back at the King Road house, a little more than a mile from the food truck, by 1:45 a.m. Sunday, November 13th. What unfolded after that is unclear.
Take a look at the way the cars were parked at the 1122 King Road residence. You have from left to right, Xana, Kaylee, Maddie's, and Ethan's Jeep along the first row of cars. Then you have a vehicle that's behind Ethan's Jeep, and it's going to be one of the 2 surviving roommates. That's what I thought originally. Come to find out, it's Ethan's sister's vehicle, right? Like, this is a video from way back in the beginning, right? Where is the 6th car? Where is the 5th and 6th car? So this is like my big hone in back in the day. I was like, listen, where's Maddie's car? Where's Dylan's car? Cars are accounted for in the first row. And then it's going to be either Bethany's or Dylan's car that's behind Ethan's. And what we've come to determine is we think that Bethany ruined her car in a fender bender while she was tailgating and rammed into somebody, and got a ticket in October. And then either Dylan didn't have a car, or she thought that she wasn't worthy enough to have the parking lot and that she parked, somewhere else. I took all of our video cams, though, from the body cams. There is no car, though, that I can find that belongs to Dylan. When you actually look at now, I think I've narrowed down what car I believe is Bethany's, and I'll bring that out in a different time. So one of their vehicles is missing. Why? Where was it parked that night? Was one of them not there that night? Why wouldn't you park in your own lot? Does someone not have a vehicle? Also, I thought for a second there that people let people borrow people's cars all the time because in college, that's just what you did. And you probably shouldn't have, but we did it anyways. And I remember a couple different times my roommate, she was always taking my Camry. And I finally said, "You just want to buy it? Because I want to buy a Jeep anyways." And she's like, "Yeah." So she bought my Camry, and literally she was driving around with my plates on the Camry. I was like, "Okay, dude, you have to change this shit. Like, go get your fucking shit." She's from Cali, though. Those Cali girls are just like wild. All right. So here we all this time has gone by, and I'm going to share screen to this, which is, here you go, Annie Potts. Annie Potts. Let's talk about it. From the discovery in this case, this is from Barla. This is from Bicca. From the discovery in this case, it appears that at least 3 and possibly 4 profiles were. How can it be 3, possibly 4? Like, how do you not know that? Like, think about that. Like, how do you not know that? Like, So anyways, it appears that at least 3 and possibly 4 profiles were uploaded to the CODIS database prior to Mr. Kohberger being charged. Mr. Kohberger has requested the discovery of these uploads and any resulting hits or candidate matches to these unknown male profiles. Even if the lab has dispositioned them as non-candidate matches. Now check this out. I got my hands on how Idaho State Police does their, when you have what you call witnesses that become, photographic lineups. This is how they do it. Okay. So this is the type of paperwork they fill out here. Okay. Photographic lineup, Idaho State Police. Let me tell you something. This is hard to get your hands on. Now, this is on March 24th, 2020, at approximately 19:07 hours, I met with Isaac Funderburg. My name is Detective Rich Alderson of the Idaho State Police, and I was given 6 photographs each, 7 packets of 6 packs. Okay. So, let's see here. Although I did have knowledge of the case and ongoing investigation, and I did know the names of persons of interest, I had not seen any photographs to this point. There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 persons of interest. So this is what they did. There was each person that they had a person of interest, they put them in one of each of the 6 packs. Okay. So packet number 1 had 6 photographs. One of those 6 photographs was what you would call person of interest number 1. And that person of interest number 1 was Caleb Kakoa Nazara. And his number was photo number 3 in the series. Then the second packet, which had, this was 7. So there were 7 persons of interest in the Dr. Drake case, of none of which were Daniel Moore, by the way. But number 2, just for the first one, he's dead right now. Second one, group of 6, number 2 was Joshua Paul Moore. He was number 4 in the series. Ready? He's dead right now. Group of 6, number 3, Mark Gillespie. Photo number 3 in the series. He's domestic violence and in prison, I believe. Number 4 of the pack, like there's 7 different persons of interest. Number 4 is a Michael Butler, who was a father, and his was number 5 in the series. Then there was a 16-year-old that I will redact. Then group of 6, number 6 was a Sean Helpsper. And then group of 6, number 7 was an autistic kid. What the fuck? Anyways, this is how they do it. Now, I showed Funderburg one group of photographs. So when we talk about, now we're coming up to like the Bryan Kohberger case, right? So you would sit down Dylan Mortensen, you would sit down Bethany. This is their protocol. This is how they do things. Okay. I'm reading straight from, this is your photographic lineup report. Okay. And it says, I showed Funderburg one group of photos at a time, and each photograph one at a time. They were white 8 by 5 by 11 inch white paper. The groups are listed below. So these were, the photographs were all driver's license photos printed onto white 8.5 by 11 inch white paper. So when they sit you down, they say, I'm going to show you 6 pictures, and you're going to pick out if any of those out of those 6. So it's not like they like, here you go, here's 42 pictures. All right. What do you think? So this is how, if they're going to call an eyewitness in, this is how Idaho police does it, state police. After I took the 6 photographs from their associated folder, I would hand the folder to Detective Clark. Detective Clark took notes on the master sheet during this process. Group 1 did not have a folder and was held together with a binder clip. Group 1, Funderburg said photographs number 1, 3, and 4 looked familiar because of the facial hair and side of face, but no one stood out. Caleb Kakoa was group of 6, number 1. So no positive ID, just that's what, Now, Funderburg looked at this group 3 times. Now, group number 2, Funderburg said photograph number 1 and 3 looked familiar, but could not say why. And Joshua Paul Moore, no relation to Dr. Moore, who's dead now, he was group 2, picture number 2. So totally not one of the ones that they were interested in. Now we go to group 3. Funderburg said photograph number 1 looked really familiar and something clicks. He said the full eyebrows. The full eyebrows and facial hair more than others so far. Okay. And in group 3, that would be group of 6, number 3. Group 3, Funderburg said photograph number 1. So it wasn't even that one. And he said that it was because something really familiar, something clicks. He said the full eyebrows and facial hair more so than others. Dude, you can't make this shit up. All right. Just so you guys can see where it says the eyebrows and shit like that. Eyebrows. Now, group 4, Funderburg said photograph number 4, facial hair and shape of face looked correct. So in group 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, that would be Michael Butler. And he was number 5 in the series. So, all over the place. He was told to be all over the place. I'm telling you. None of these guys are fucking like of dark descent. Group 5, Funderburg said none of the photos looked familiar. And in group 5 was a 16-year-old. Okay. Oh, wait, no, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm sorry. Was the daddy. Oh, no, that was, was the 16-year-old. It was in that lineup. And he said none of those people look familiar. Okay. Now, group 11. I'm sorry, group 5. Funderburg said none of them looked at her. Now, group 6, which they were looking at number 2 in the series. So group 6. Funderburg said none of the photographs looked familiar, but photograph number 4 was relatively close with similar eyebrows. You see this shit? Look at this. You see that? Another eyebrower. Look at that. Another eyebrow. I just want to show you how these motherfuckers work in this town. Okay? Idaho is all about the brows, baby. The brows. Now, when you think you can't make this shit up, right? Group 7. Funderburg said none of them stood out, but number 5 stood out because of the body type that he pictured him having. He pictured him having, like, listen to this. The photographs were only headshot driver's license photographs. Like, just trying to show, like, dude, what are you talking about? So they had to type that in there. Check this out. Idaho State Police. Group 7. Funderburg said none of them stood out. But number 5 stood out because of the type that he pictured him having. what he pictured that guy having. These are only headshots. And this kid, and then the photographs were only headshots of driver's license photographs. Like, just pointing out, like, wow. I concluded the interview and stopped the recording at approximately 1914 hours. The 7 packets of photographs have been entered into evidence, as well as a CD of the recording of the interview. So, the moral of the story is that 2 detectives will sit down with you, not just 1, but 2. So, 2 detectives would have sat down with Bethany and with Dylan. Okay. And let's just focus on Dylan because she's the one that said this about the brows. But I also think at some point, if there's anyone to contradict that, it would be someone like Bethany. Okay. Like that she has this exculpatory evidence or whatever. So they sit you down with 2 detectives. They conducted this at the Bonners Ferry City Hall. So they would conduct this, let's say, at Latah County, you're going to go down to the station. And now what they did with this, because this was done on March 24th, 2020. So the murder was March 12th. So 10 days later, 10 days is when they haul this man. And so 10 days to get to him, 10 days to say, you ain't going to identify this motherfucker. You hear me? But just 10 days. All right. And just prior to me going to meet with Funderburg, Detective Rich Alderson of the Idaho State Police gave me 7 packets containing the 6. Now, Isaac Funderburg would be called back a second time in August of 2020, which would be 6 months later. And in this now new 7 6-packs, one of them was Dr. Moore. Dr. Moore, again, was not identified. Like, but that's how they do things. So, this is the Idaho State Police. This is the Idaho State Police. This is the Idaho State Police is working on Bryan Kohberger's case, okay? And so this is how I believe that they would have done this. So I want to know what pictures made up the 42 pictures that Dylan saw. And who were these persons of interest? And I'm going to tell you that there were persons of interest. When a profile is uploaded to the CODIS database, it is searched continuously against the data of convicted offenders, right? Great. Now, we're going to go back to what I talked about with this. All right. On the day that the PCA came out, the biggest description of the movements of the White Elantra, this is my personal shit, of the White Elantra deemed suspect vehicle 1 comes on page 6 of the PCA. And so I just put it here. Suspect vehicle 1 can be seen entering the area. Again, what's the area? All right. So I asked that. What is the area? A 4th time at approximately 4:04 a.m. Well, is it at 4:04 a.m. or is it not? It can be seen driving eastbound on King Road, which on a map is actually Queen Road, stopping and turning around in front of 500 Queen Road 52. I type this into my GPS and it brings you to the end of the Queen Road apartments on the same street as King Road residents and within view of the house on Linda Lane. Truth and Transparency purports that a camera on Linda Lane was used to identify the movement at this point. Again, when I did this back in February 7th, 2023, that's when I did this. Okay. Without even having Linda Lane footage, just so you guys know. See when all that came out. was used to identify the movement of that at this point. And then driving back westbound on King Road. It does not say a time that it travels back down King Road, or if anyone got out of the vehicle, or how it begins to travel the opposite way that it was just traveling if this was a continuous trip. Okay. When suspect vehicle is in front of the King Road residence, it appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road. Now, I went and compared this language to their work with this case when they're following a car around. And so when I did that, so Moore's truck, westbound, Alderson right turn, northbound US 95 from direction of his home. Moore's truck, northbound US 95, passing Columbia Bank. And they got it from like this camera, which is the Columbia Bank camera. So they use Chevron for that. They use the Columbia Bank for that. They use Columbia Bank for this. They use Columbia Bank for this. Then they use the community thrift store camera. Then they use Mr. Suds, CarQuest, Liberty. You see that? Well, so I was paying attention to the timestamps. So 6:01 and 10 seconds. So 15, 18, 22, right here, 44. Right there. That's 22 seconds. 22 seconds to travel from Columbia Bank to Community Thrift. Just so you guys know, that's like literally right next to each other. So I said to myself, that's impossible. Like, you would have to be, they can't be the same truck. Okay, or this camera's off. Because it doesn't take 20, there's no stopping, there's no nothing. It's literally, it would take you 4 seconds to get to that. See how this is 5 seconds, 3 seconds, okay, 4 seconds. Now this gap of 22 seconds in between literally the community thrift and this, it's not 22 seconds. It should be the same thing, 4 or 5 seconds. Now, a white truck is one of the most common colors and vehicle in Idaho, period, is a white truck. All right. Now, then I said to myself, looky here, 6:01:43. Wait, that comes after 44, right? If he's continuing to move, Mr. Suds, how are you? This can't be right because it needs to continue to go in chronological order. So then I pointed out this. So that, this has to be in front of this, right? Then 6:02 in flat is 15 seconds. Moore's truck, northbound, US 95, passing CarQuest. You guys, these are one after another, okay? Then 14 seconds from that, to Millette's house, Moore's truck, northbound on US 95, turning east on Harrison. 6 seconds, passes Dr. Guyman's office. This is all right there on the corner. Then they're saying that from 6:02 to 7:13, they don't want to talk about anything that happens in between this time period, okay? Because they don't believe that the murder happened yet. Now, check this out. Again, 7:13 and 8 seconds. From Millette's house, Moore's truck, westbound Harrison, turns south on Hillside Alley. How is this? Excuse me? This is Tina with What the Fuck Translation Services. Vehicle headlights on ground, westbound Harrison, turns south on Hillside Alley. This cam fast, 8 minutes and 50 seconds. Well, I don't give a fuck if it's 8 minutes and 50 seconds fast. It's still has to be after this time period. Okay. So learn about it. Now, you would have 18 seconds, or I'm sorry, 21 seconds from this point. And mind you, this is all so close together. So Dr. Guyman's office. Then we have CarQuest, okay? So Moore's truck, westbound Taylor to El Paso. Moore's truck, westbound Taylor, and it's still on El Paso. That's a long time to be on El Paso from this little period, from this little, like, it's supposed to just be 5-6 seconds. 7, 13, and 37 seconds. Moore's truck, westbound Taylor, South Paso. Like, where? What? It's just continuing to go down that street. So it means it has to be continuing to go west. All right. Then 7, 14, and 30 seconds. Moore's truck, westbound behind the church, northbound on Denver. 17, 14, and 40. So 10 seconds later, then they use that he's between Mr. Suds and the church. Then 10 seconds later, Moore's truck on Denver turns northbound on 95. So now it's back on the main street. So it makes this loop. What they're showing right here is a loop. Same thing that they did in the Bryan Kohberger case. This is how they're doing it. Okay. So picture them talking about, this is the same thing that they would have turned in for the Idaho4 case. There's Bryan Kohberger's car. It's making a left on this. It's doing this. It's doing that. This is what they're going to do. All right. So let's go. Now. Oh, 7:14:45. So now we're going backwards. So Moore's truck northbound on Denver turns northbound on US 95. Turns northbound on US 95. What cameras are these? This is the Mountain Spring Church. This is the Community Thrift. Okay, so if he's advancing his vehicle, it has to move with time. This is going backwards. Y'all see that? 40, 50, now 45, now 40. Do you see this complete fuckerage? Okay, chronological order. This is not chronological order. So again, I'm questioning and I'm saying that you're just picking up a different truck because 40, look at that. Then 45, 40, look at that. You're going backwards, 50, 45, 40, 7, 14, 45. It should be then, it should go, this is going backwards. You're using different cameras that are before the time that you've already have the car passing. Okay? Like, no. That means it's not the same fucking vehicle. I cannot drive my car and be past my neighbor's house 3 seconds ago, and then you tell me that my car is now on my camera 5 seconds later. No, my car's already gone. And you've already said that it went past it on that one. Now you want to use my camera at my house to put me back over here? What are you talking about? And you're putting me back before it? So basically what I'm trying to say is that this is in the wrong order. But if you put these in the other order, then you have to explain how this truck just randomly, here you have it driving and you're showing where it's going, and you have to keep it on that path, but you can't. And so what do? Oh, you just found a different truck that was in the area? I mean, I don't even know what this is. Some cams are on a delay, though. They went ahead. Do you guys see what they did here? Look at this. This is what the camera time says, and this is the actual time. They went ahead and changed it all if the cameras were off due to daylight savings time, due to just if some cameras were off. Like, if I have another camera that's right next to this camera, and clearly if you're leaving Burger King and McDonald's is right next to it, and I have your vehicle, there it is, and then I go to use the McDonald's and I'm like, where's this car? It doesn't just disappear. Oh, if I go an hour ahead of time, I see that it's there. So you guys didn't turn back your clock. So you're going to be able to explain that. But what it doesn't explain is you cannot not explain that how this isn't still in order. You went ahead and you did all that. See, now you're going to get to this camera, which is 2017, which you're saying basically did not get turned back. So it's really 717. You see that? So here, though, we have this gap of time for 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Moore's truck, northbound Denver, turns. So this is where it's passing far north. This is where Daniel Moore says, I went to see if it was open because I wanted a coffee. And it's a drive-through. So yeah, I went and I'm right here at the drive-through at 7:17. But see how like he's there for 2 minutes and 20 seconds, it says, or it's trying to say, before you see it again coming from El Paso from the P-lot, because all of these businesses have cameras. And then 45 seconds would pass when Moore's truck was behind again the church because it's going northbound on Denver. Now it's going around a second time. So it's saying that Dr. Moore's truck is just circling. The same thing that they're saying in the Bryan Kohberger case, that Bryan Kohberger is just circling. Okay? This is a case that the Idaho4 is basically mimicking in how they are pinning the person that did this. Now let me zoom back in. So I believe that the murder happened between these two times right here. 6:42 it began. How long it took for him to expire, how long it took for them to, do everything. But between this time, it's funny that they're using this as well, just so you guys know, because Eldora Gatchel says that she arrives at 6:03. And let me tell you something. I scurried all these cams and I just cannot wait to blast that ass. Now, moving on though. Now, Moore's truck, northbound on Denver between Mr. Suds and Church a second time again. So they're just, now look at this. Now, again, it's a second. They're gonna, do you guys just too lazy to put this in front of that, or is it because it can't go in front of it? 7:18 and 20 seconds. Moore's truck northbound on Denver turns northbound on US 95 a second time because it's now coming back out of the main street. Moore's truck northbound on Denver turns northbound on US 95 a second time. They're using 2 cameras to show it. Moore's truck northbound on US 95 passing El Paso at 7:20 and 22 seconds. Again, that does not take that much time. Okay, so I found a truck, though, that I believe is the vehicle that they let me just print it from my phone. I found a vehicle that they used to mimic his. I'll get there though. So then 7:20 and 22 seconds. Moore's truck northbound is now passing El Paso. 7:20 and 35 seconds. 7:23. Moore's truck lights flash. Okay. And now this is what they didn't put this in the PCA. They didn't say, here's our Excel spreadsheet, we're throwing this down. So this is where I see something that they would have held back. All right, that's not going to be in the PCA, which would be this. Moore's truck lights flash. Basically indicating in their minds that when you get out of your truck and your car lights flash, it's because you did what? You lock your car. Okay? So in the Idaho4 case, what you should expect to see is this at some point. These lights flashing, indicating in their minds that Moore got out of his truck. But where he is located at is Moore's office is, a couple streets up from Dr. Drake's because it's in this little town. Everybody's right there. And so what they say is Moore's truck lights flash, 7:23. Then at 7:24, so a minute and 30 seconds would have passed. So How could a minute? So if he gets, once the lights flash, you guys, and you, that means you're already out of your vehicle. Where was Moore hiding for a minute and 30 seconds that you could not see him? Now, a figure seen walking left to right, west across El Paso Street. This is where they say that he parks his vehicle after circling 2 times, just like in the Idaho4 case. He circles, then he goes and he parks the vehicle, and now he's going to walk on over. So he makes sure that he puts himself, look at this, on all these cameras, just circling, to be on all these cameras, to then go park his truck at his office, to now he's going to walk. Figure seen walking left to right. And guess what, guys? Those are 2 fucking deer. What they are referring to right here are literally 2 fucking deer. I have the footage. They say that he is walking at 7:24 and 30 seconds from his office, and that within a 7:26 in that time frame, which would be 1 minute and 30 seconds, he is walking and is already able to get to Dr. Drake's office, to then remember which window that he needs to shoot through to shoot Dr. Drake at 7:26 when the wifey poo says that it all happened. You guys, this is unbelievable. And then what do they say in the Bryan Kohberger Idaho4 case? The same fucking shit that you see. You have this little tiny window, right? So check it out. Figure seen walking right to left in front of building south of Moore's office at 7:27 and 35 seconds. 7:27 and 41 seconds. Figure seen running. Now he's running right to left, east across El Paso near Tyler, then in front of building back towards Moore's office. No, absolutely not. These are not human movements. There's hella deer up in that area, just in case you guys didn't know. All right. And guess what? I looked at these timestamps. We have dog walkers going around. There are fucking dog walkers. Check this out. There are people walking their dogs. And so I have a bunch of these that I gathered so I can show that there was tons of people walking that night. And there's fucking deer. Look at the timestamp. They just didn't get planted there, you know, and so I back it up. And guess what they're doing? Their dogs are taking pisses and shits over here. So they got to clean it all up, you know, and guess where they live? Because I got a hold of these motherfuckers. Listen, this is just absurd. So when you say like there's nobody else around, there's nothing going on, same thing as the Idaho4 case. They act like there's nobody else around except for a car that's just circling like fucking shark bait, okay? And then I'm going to just put myself in every camera, and then I'm going to go park, and then I'm going to go in there, and it's at a time that fits your narrative. Just ridiculous. Just like, this is insanity. Now, figure seen running right to left. Then lights flash on Moore's truck. 7:28:47. Video segment ends, missing approximately 30 seconds of video. I wonder why. I wonder why it's missing this 30 seconds of the video on this specific segment. You know why? Because guess what? The truck doesn't go back to Millett's, mother. Now, what I have is, I want to show you guys something. I've never seen it before. Have you guys ever seen body cams that would be inaccurate due to daylight savings time? That they didn't go and change it. Okay. This is body cam from the actual crime scene when they get in there and they're at the window. Then the guy's like, this is his body cam. And I was, taking this for the purposes of on this body cam, it says that it was at 7 o'clock and 36 seconds. Okay. And what they're going to be arguing is that this body cam is off an hour because we didn't push it forward. Okay. Because of daylight savings. Okay. So have you ever heard of Annex? I believe is the company. And see, Dr. Drake actually had in his office a digital clock. Okay. But you guys know how like on your digital like stove tops, like your microwaves, you'll like go so long before you decide to change it and whatever. So yes, can you please look up that company because I'm about to call them. Who has to change now? This wasn't like a day after, when they needed to change these would have been on the Sunday. Well, technically Saturday going into Sunday, 2 a.m. So 2 a.m. on Sunday, when the, changes and you push forward. So that means they would have went through all of Monday, all of Tuesday, all of Wednesday, 3 days. 3 days of nobody saying, oh gosh, we have to push our clocks forward on these body cams. So it would be fall back, spring ahead. Yes, it would go forward, spring forward. And this is the spring, March is the spring. So, so what I'm trying to say is that if they forgot to do that, it shows it'd be 8 o'clock because they got in there at 7:54, allegedly. But I started doing my own investigation and these cop cars were all over there beginning way before then. Okay. So let's go back. So again, all these days would go by knowing that, like, did you not need your body cam for anything else before this? And they don't even note it in any of the reports that it's off, So again, this is because they need the time of the murder is 7:26, and this is what they want to go with, right? So all of this is surrounding all of this. But now, if the murder truly happened, like I said, before 7 o'clock, then all of this may be so true, but it's so fucking irrelevant because he was murdered over here. You get what I'm trying to say with the Idaho4 case? It doesn't matter if you have Bryan Kohberger or me or you or anybody doing any of this shit. If this isn't the time of the crime, right? So who cares if you have all of this? If I can show that the murder did not occur at this time, then what? You just did what? It doesn't fucking matter. This is your narrative. Okay, well, your narrative is flawed because Bryan was dead before 7. The 911 call made by Isaac Funderburg came in before 7 o'clock. How do I know that? Because it's not on the cell towers. Neither is Brian Drake's phone call with his wife. How do I know that the gunshots were before 7? Because Aaliyah Sandoval fucks and slips up and says, and maybe she doesn't fucking slip up, but you guys want to try to push this narrative into, it had to be at this time, that they didn't see Steve Hartman, who's on camera at 7:34 on the top of the hill, right where that gas station is. at 7:34, and that was 30 minutes to 40 minutes after the gunshot. So this means absolutely nothing. In fact, what it's telling me, okay, is that you're fucking so inept or you're involved. Like, but you took the word of one person versus going and getting evidence to actually do an investigation. And it's the same thing that they did in the Idaho4 case. Investigate. Investigate. You investigate it, you put it together. That's why shit takes a long time. You don't need to go, I'm sorry, but in my opinion, my loved one's already dead, right? My loved one's gone. You making an arrest doesn't bring back my loved one. So you making an arrest on day 2 versus day 200, I don't get my loved one back. Isolated targeted attacks are usually people are in custody so quickly because it's like a spouse, because it's somebody that they fucking know, because there's going to be evidence that there's this motive for it. There's this passion. There's this crime of passion. Whether it happens in the midst of it or because of something that that person did and then you go and do something stupid. This was all put together in the Moore Drake case. The murder was March 12th. They were trying to railroad every single different person until they got the right person, which then, like I said, there was 7 persons of interest in this case and probably more, but a couple people lawyered up and still haven't been talked to this day. They lawyered up immediately, but they put the narrative out there immediately that this was the narrative, that Dr. Drake was stealing people's patients in a way, and that a chiropractor killed him because they were taking patients away. Okay. Now, in order to catch the right person, the motive would matter. Same in the Idaho4 case. They're wrong in this. This is not the motive. The motive isn't that Dr. Drake stole Dr. Moore's patients, and that's why Dr. Moore shot in the window to scare him to, that is so fucking ridiculous, but it's not true. Don't matter how ridiculous it is, it's not true. But that's the narrative that they went with and the motive. So now think about it. They got it wrong. They knew it was wrong. They knew this was wrong. But why do they have to push that narrative? And I'm going to tell you why. Because in this case, as I am showing, the real motive will make all these other dominoes go down. Okay? If Dr. Drake was involved with something else, all right, then it would expose what that something else was. Just like in the Idaho4 murders. If we stick to the narrative is that this was a fucking deranged student that came across the country to come over here to commit a murder, all right, then it is something it's that isolated person. It's one sick fuck, okay? And there's nothing else to see here. We have this wannabe serial killer that wanted to be a serial killer. And we caught him and we used this type of way to catch him. And but we're not going to talk about how we really caught him, but there's no other dominoes that are going to come down. It wasn't until this case that I truly, because we've heard about what they want to compare Bryan Kohberger to, okay? But if your motive and narrative is wrong, then you would have the wrong person, right? So think about this. I can prove that the Idaho State Police are wrong and that they knew that they were wrong and that they were told to basically shut the fuck up, all right, and had no problem doing what they did to this innocent Dr. Moore, who was one of them and lived there for fucking 30 years, okay? And did nothing but amazing things in the community and for the community. He has no criminal record. He doesn't even have a speeding ticket. So if Idaho is going to literally railroad one of their own, I don't think there's anything, you know, why wouldn't you just investigate this case? Why wouldn't you just let the evidence go where it goes? And how could you not sniff out these lies when all you have to do is compare the inconsistencies? I mean, did any of these people ever even look up and open these reports to hear, wait a second, why is Dwayne Fish saying he got a call at 6:50 from Brenner Drake saying his dad was shot in the leg? I mean, how do you not catch that when this is your time frame of the murder and you go and you interview somebody and they're saying that the son told me at 6:50 when he called me that his dad was shot in the leg? Wouldn't you say, can I see your phone? Do you care if we download your phone to see what time that call came in from? Are you sure you're correct that Brenner Drake called you at 6:50? That would be before the murder, you fucks. So explain that to me. Explain how when somebody would come to you and you're interviewing them and they say something like that you wouldn't have light bulbs going off in your head to say, wait a second. You know, the strangest thing that this guy said, that Brenner called him and canceled working for tomorrow because, look at, Fish stated he received a call from Brenner Drake. Now, how does also Dr. Moore's lawyer not catch this? I don't know. I think that she should be fired. Fish states that he received a call from Brenner Drake, Drake's oldest son, on the evening of the 12th. Fish believes it was about 6:50 as he was pulling into the marina to get into his boat to journey home. You fucking type it in a report. You recorded the conversation because that's what you do in interviews. You record it, and then after you recorded it, then you take notes from the recorded interview that you have to listen to print up this motherfucking thing to then submit it. And when was this submitted? The report date, April 15th, 2020. On April 15th, at about 10 o'clock in the morning, Idaho State Police Detective Sean Prosser, along with Idaho State Police Detective Gary Tolson. There he is, good old Gary. Now you want to know why Ann Taylor wants some Tolson fucking shit? Right here. Tolson. Retire. You're bad. You are not good at your job. You are not good at your job, buddy. This isn't for you. In fact, I think I want to call him up right now and ask him, can you please pull the report from that you did on April 15th, 2020? And can you please explain to me why you never went and interviewed Brenner Drake after Dwayne Fish told you that Brenner called him at 6:50? Can you explain that to me? Can you explain why you would bury this? Because the only way that Brenner Drake could say that his dad was shot at 6:50, does he have ESPN? ESP? How did he know that his dad was going to get shot in 25 minutes? Oh, he didn't know. It's because it already happened. And guess what? They slipped up. When you lie, you just... So then you go back to the Idaho4 case, and these fucking inept people, these people are running this investigation with Moscow, who has, they don't have the experience. They don't know what they're doing. And so they take all these hours to do X, Y, Z, like do things by the book, right? There's no hurry. Once the crime has already been committed and you have your perimeter up, all right, there's no hurry. So like you're supposed to have like a checklist, man. And if you're new, you take your checklist out and you go through it and you do what you're supposed to do. But if you're a veteran investigator who ISP Detective Gary Tolson, why does Ann Taylor want us? Ann Taylor, I should call you up right now. Here, Ann, what do you need? Because Gary Tolson is the reason I came over here to this damn case. And I basically solved it here on a live for the past month. But you may want to ask on the stand why Gary Tolson would bury a report and not follow up with. I mean, do you understand that this is exculpatory evidence? Do you know how many reports there probably are in the Idaho4 case just like this? How do you not just hear the words 650 and you're saying to yourself, wait a second, Brenner Drake called you at 650? Like, as soon as you would hear that, and you're over here, the murder was at 7:26. Right here. That's what I think of your report. This shit gets me so fired up. You want to know why it gets me so fired up? Because if this happened to a black person, if this happened to a minority, if this happened to somebody that doesn't have fucking money, you are done. You are in prison. Peace out. Thank God that the Moors found me. No, thank God that the Moors had the resources to hang around in the game long enough for someone like me, I guess, to come along and say, this is Tina with What the Fuck Translation Services. What in the actual fuck is going on here? This is corruption. This is prosecutorial misconduct. And they're doing it to one of their own. So what do you think they're going to do to someone like Bryan Kohberger? You have no money. And think about this. Dan Moore doesn't even have a criminal history, nothing. But now you go get a kid that's a young black African-American that has maybe had some, I was selling some fucking weed back in the day, or, anything on their their curtains. They're done, like, and then for the life of me, what I wanted to do so bad, and still might do it, with my nonprofit is that I wanted my nonprofit to help the public defender's office. Because I think all of you guys out there that are interested in true crime, like truly interested in not like the people that actually are part of this channel, you guys have brains, man. You guys aren't fucking fools. All right. You come here because you want to see the shit. You want the documents. You want to see how stuff works. You want to see, okay, yep, that makes sense. Like we can call ourselves, I guess, doubting Thomases, but just because someone says something, it doesn't mean it's true or it's accurate. We're all human. We all make mistakes. But the one thing that I will never understand is that if somebody can point and show you that something is wrong, hey, something is wrong. And let's find out how this ever happened, because an innocent person cannot go to jail or prison for something that they didn't do. I don't think anybody that has a family member that was killed would want that. That is not going to make them sleep any fucking better, right? But the overwhelming caseloads that these public defenders claim that they have, a lawyer is a lawyer. You need people going through the documents. That's why they can't represent clients. That's why public defenders can't represent clients to the best of their ability, is because there's so much material and they can't get through it. All right. And it's only them. And But these public defenders aren't any different than someone that's not a public defender. They're probably just they probably just didn't suck enough dick along the way, to be involved with private practice. They probably have horrible communication skills, and they're probably just a flat out like prick. You're just not liked. But I think that there's so much government money out there that if it was put to use in the prosecutor's office in terms of, or even, in the public defender's office to say, here, you guys outsource stuff all the time. Why shouldn't a public defender have a research team? I think a public defender should have a research team. So we need jobs for the vets. There's just, if you give a lawyer the evidence, they can lawyer it. Evidence is evidence. You got to be able to argue it, right? But you can't argue something if you don't have proof of something. You can try your damnedest to create reasonable doubt. You can try your damnedest to create things, but without the evidence, then you're kind of fucked, right? The evidence is there. These people just aren't working, and you have someone's life in your hands, and I just feel life in me. It makes me sick. It makes me sick that you go and take a public defender's job knowing that, okay, let me just try to cut this person a deal. Open up the fucking discovery. These people aren't even opening up the discovery. And then I see people that are in private practice charging hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they're not fucking opening up the discovery. Fuck you. Fuck you. That is some sick ass shit. This case should have never went past the preliminary hearing. If you had all of this evidence and it was in such great form, why wouldn't you have it ready to go and turn over to the defense when Dr. Moore would have been arrested in July? Why would the defense be getting... The defense only had 33 pages. 33 pages to go to a preliminary hearing with. Excuse me? A week before the preliminary hearing, they finally got the rest of the dump. How the fuck do you go through all of that shit in a week? Well, I would have outsourced it. I would have had to call in people that were part of my team if I was hired and got paid a ridiculous amount of money. Hey, I need manpower on this. We got to go through this stuff. We're going to get around this table right here, and we're going to be pulling a couple all-nighters. Let's go. Like, our client needs us. We're going to, like, this. He clearly didn't do this. Let's see what the fuck, where this shit is at. Let's go. So you would expect, with all this stuff, how does this pass a preliminary hearing when a 911 call wasn't even introduced? When the only person that testified in this case was the assistant police chief and a detective from the ISP. And the defense didn't have one witness to combat anything that they would say. So going back to the Idaho4 case and looking at this, what I see is a mirror in a case. I see that they put together all of this shit that is so fucking irrelevant because this is not the time of the crime. Just like in the Idaho4 case, you're pinning a time that's when the crime happened. You have no proof of that is when the crime happened. None. Zero proof. You have a girl who was blacked out pretty much, drinking all day and night, all weekend, coming out of her room 3 different times. Have no idea how you're associating that the time that she did come out was at 4 or whatever. And your bushy eyebrows, but this person didn't hear anybody screaming, didn't hear, you know, anybody do like these are type of screams that would be like, these are horrid type screams. These aren't laughing, joking, someone's tickling you and you're like, ah, these are the most horrific screams. And you know what I would do if I was Ann Taylor? I would hit home on the fact that you didn't hear any of these screams because you weren't home yet, were you? How do we know what time Dylan and Bethany truly got home? We can pinpoint that Kaylee and Maddie got home at a certain time, right? Because anybody that would hear this shit, these screams, there was no party. Remember? You said that everybody was at home at 2 and everybody was in their rooms by 4. There's no party if everybody's in their rooms by 4. So there is no party. So when I hear that, oh, I thought they were having a party. Then if I'm Ann Taylor, I bring in every single person that the prosecution says was there that night, and I ask them what time they left. And I show what time everybody left. And then I show the body cams of those officers to show those 4 people that were walking, and it was 3:01 and 3:24. I'm playing the screams that were heard at 3. I'm getting Enon Harsh up there and saying, well, you said that you heard the screams at 3. The truth is, we have no idea what time anybody died. You're going to bring in the ME and you're going to say, what's the time of death? How are you labeling the time of death? And they're going to be able to just put a window. They're not going to be able to say, oh, they died at, 4:06. Then she died at 4:08. And then that one was 4:11. And then that one was 4:15. That's not what any ME is going to say on that stand. None. They're going to give a window. They're going to give a window of, and based on X, Y, and Z. And so then you want to have, were those bodies touched? Were they moved after, rigor set in? Could anything be, the time of the crime is everything. Not the time of death, in my opinion. It's the time of the crime. When was the time of the crime? In Idaho, and they all say the time of the crime is this, and that the reason that they say it is something similar to this. Okay. And how did you get to all of that? How did you get to all of that? And then what I would do is I would take every single report and put them in chronological order of who I interviewed and when this stuff would have been able to be coming in. So if they say it's because of this, and I realize, well, you didn't interview that person, you didn't have that information until after that. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, you're gonna get them to say, and that's what Jay Lodgson did. He said, I did what came first. You going after my client because of a white car that's going the wrong way on a non-mattered street, or was it the investigative genealogy? What put you onto my clients? Because at every point you kept on getting X'd out. Like, his number wasn't hitting on the towers. Okay, so boom, he wasn't on from 3 to 5. Nobody knows him. So nobody said his name. Like in a report like this, I can go back and I could say, all right, let's look at Eldora Gatchel. Eldora Gatchel brings up the name Bobby Goad. Bobby Goad works for the sheriff's office. What the fuck is one of the sheriff's office deputies going to Eldora Gatchel's house the day after the crime to talk about the case? He wasn't even anybody that was on duty. He wasn't even involved, right? So I'm able to show that the woman that was the last person to see Dr. Drake alive, allegedly, gets a visit from the sheriff's deputy who I have on camera right before the murders going and turning into that area. Why would those two be? I mean, you want to show that shit, right? So the same thing with, I would want to show that you guys were right here. You guys, the undercover cops were right here. Where were these people coming from? They said they were coming from a party, right? Did you hear any screams? And yeah, you can hear screams in those videos. You hear doors close, you hear beeping, the same beeping that comes from those cars that they're in. You guys were driving all over that area, and did you guys ever cross your body cams or your dash cams ever come across a white Elantra that night? This white Elantra was just making circles, 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 and so were you guys. You guys were in the same area. These undercover cops were literally, their path that night is the same path as what they're saying Bryan Kohberger's is. So how do we know it's not you in Bryan? Like, you're in the same area. What were you wearing that night? All black, weren't you? Is this you in this body cam? Yeah. What do you have on? Do you have gloves? Yeah. So you had gloves on. You're in the same area. Yep. And this car is just making circles and circles and circles. Aren't you supposed to pay attention to that? You didn't think that it was odd that this car was making circles and circles and circles around this house? Then you guys are supposed to be looking for what? Underage drinking? Okay, so that night you gave a ticket to a girl that was underage drinking, right? And she had her open container. Now, didn't the guy that she was with have an open container? Did you give him a ticket? No? Now, aren't you the guy that took a picture of Kaylee's ID that night? Or what was it, 2 months before her death? You took a picture. You're the same guy that was working that night? And then you pulled somebody over that was carrying a construction sign. Isn't that right? What were you doing over in that area? Does construction signs have anything to do with, I'm just saying, like drinking? Anybody call that in? Did they look like they were selling drugs? You saw them carrying that construction sign. And you noticed that he had a huge gash on his head. Didn't you say that? I would play that for him and say, oh, you noticed this big gash on his head. Now I'm going to play the grub truck video. Is this the same guy? Zoom in on that. Does he look like he has a gash on his head over there? And he tells you that he got it. Oh, this is from a while ago. Did it look like it was from a while ago? Because you noticed it. Did it look fresh? Now, the night that you were in the Banfield camp, the same night of the murders, those students that you stopped, you asked them why they didn't stop right away. What did they say? Didn't they say they didn't stop right away because they thought y'all were fucking with them, that you guys were really, Sigma Chi fucking with them? Now, are you familiar that there was a call in just after the homicides of somebody called in that there was fake cops. They thought fake cops were trying to break into their house. They have them on body cam here. So how many different reports do you guys get, like weekly or daily, that people think that people are dressing up as Moscow Police Department? Does that happen like normally in your town? Mm. Fucks. That kid that you did the construction sign and you wrote him up a ticket for like $500, right? Are you aware that you guys dropped that ticket? Are you aware of that? Are you aware that you ended your body cam early that night too, when you guys had that little talk? So you guys go ahead and you attempt to give him a ticket because you're going to prosecute him. And then all of a sudden, Moscow Police Department drops the charges. Did daddy and mommy make a phone call? Is that why he wasn't prosecuted? Did he know somebody? Are you familiar with the Linda Lane footage? So if you were up in that area and you saw all this, like people were walking and screaming and driving, and where were you guys around, let's say 1:52 a.m., 2 o'clock in the morning? Where were you? Where were you guys undercover at? Because I don't know if you know this, but we have you making a stop at this time and at this time, but we have a big gap of when you're not doing anything. So did you have your phones that night? So you took a picture of Kaylee's ID with was it your personal phone or your work phone? Because that ends up becoming, like, we can then get that. If you use your personal phone for work reasons, that's like, we can get our hands on that. So I would just love to see who the fuck y'all were calling and texting that night. Have any one of you been cheating ever on your girlfriend? And now the night before, did you guys work the night before, like Friday night, for that task force? Who's in charge of this task force that you guys put together for drugs or underage drinking? And now, how many tickets did you give out that night for underage drinking? So you didn't breathalyze anybody. You just asked them if they were drinking and they told you that they were drinking. Did they have open containers? So you just cited them because they said that they were drinking? And you told them to just continue drinking, but do it in their apartment. Isn't that correct? So you don't really care that underage drinking is happening. You just care where it's happening. Isn't that true? Now, did you guys drop any of those charges, those tickets? Did you guys drop any of those Banfield tickets that you gave out that night? Would love to know that. Did their parents call in and complain about that? Just like you took away the guy with the huge construction sign? Did you think it was weird that the guy had flip-flops on and he said he walked all that way in flip-flops? Do you think that was weird? And he told you he was back there playing video games at his place, but he failed to tell you that he went to the grub truck that night. Were you aware of that? When you were asking him what he was doing that night, he never says that he went. He said he went to wherever he was at, but he never mentions that he went to the grub truck. Do you know that? I'm going to play the grub truck video. Is that guy right there? Why wouldn't he tell you that he went to the grub truck? Now, correct me if I'm wrong. If you guys are supposed to be cutting down on campus underage drinking and campus underage drug use, you guys were off campus, though, doing all of this, right? Like the King House, like that's off campus. Where the guy with the construction sign, that was off campus. And you guys got that new building for your police department, right? So are you aware in the PCA that they have Bryan Kohberger's vehicle at the 700 block of Indian Trails or whatever there at what is it? 3:26, and in your report, you said that you guys were heading back to the station when you actually saw that guy, and then you guys turned around. Now, isn't it normal to turn around? You go past. How do you turn around? You go past the police station, come up, and then come down the 700 block of Indian Trail. Isn't that how you guys turn around? Or isn't that like right next to your building? So this right here at 3:26, and then at 3:29, that could actually kind of be your car, isn't it? It could be when you look at this. It's right where you were. So did you see Bryan Kohberger's vehicle when you guys were driving in the same fucking spot? I mean, are we sure that we're not following you around in this PCA here? Where is it? I think it's page 6. Maybe it's page 3, 4. There we go. Who told you that they were home by 2 and in their rooms by approximately 4? It had to be somebody that was still alive, right? And who received a DoorDash order, with the exception of Kernoodle? Now, anybody could grab that bag, though, right? You said they were home by 2 and asleep at least in their rooms by approximately 4. It says in their rooms. So that would indicate that Kaylee and Maddie were in separate rooms if they were in their rooms. Kaylee would be in her room and Maddie would be in her room. So somebody had to tell you that. Somebody alive would have to tell you this. And it says that DM and Bethany both made statements during the interviews that indicated the occupants of the King Road residence. So that means that they were fucking awake at 4 if they can possibly give this statement. Do you understand that? So how the fuck can Bethany be asleep and be woken by something if she's giving statements that everybody was in their rooms by 4? Would they go checking? They go around upstairs to check in. Okay. Sleep well tonight. So both of them made statements that everybody was home by 2 and everybody was home in their rooms by 4, in their rooms by 4. And this is with the exception of Kernoodle, who received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4. Just because you received an order, does that mean, is there a video of her taking this in? So Ethan could have went down there and been a gentleman and got it, right? Yeah. So there's no video. Did you talk to DoorDash? Did they just leave it at the door? Did they hand it to somebody? Because my guess is that they just left it there, right? Is there a picture? That's what they do when I get DoorDashes. They take a picture. Did they do all that? It says originally here. DM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the south side of the 2nd floor. Now, DM stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. So somebody goes to sleep and somebody wakes up at the same time? Is that what you're saying? No, what they told us is that they just said that everybody was in their rooms. Everybody was in their rooms by 4 because when Bethany or Dylan came out, well, it would be Dylan. There was nobody there. There was nobody in the kitchen. There was nobody in the living room. She didn't see anybody. Oh, so she came all the way out of her bedroom? And so Dylan went to sleep and woke up at the same time, right? Okay. By what she stated, sounded like Kaylee playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms. Now, did you ever ask her if Kaylee would play with her dog normally at 4 a.m.? Is that something that they normally do? And are you familiar with the layout of the house? Okay. Are you familiar with the fact that the house has just been torn down? That this is Dylan's bedroom. Okay. This is the kitchen. This is Xana's. And this is the living room. I put kitchen. And that when you walk up the stairs, it's actually Kaylee's bedroom that is over the kitchen. Okay. And Dylan's is in fact not. Right? So was Dylan in the kitchen when she heard Kaylee playing with her dog upstairs, like right on top of it? Or is it just that, shitty of a house that you hear everything? Can't have it both ways. So you're going to get them to say, it's just that shitty of a house. We can hear everything. Perfect. Thank you. Now you go ahead and go ham on them and say, okay, then how did you not hear the screams? Now, I noticed that you want to say that a short time later, DM said she heard who she thought was Kaylee say something to the effect of, there's someone here. Now, a review of records obtained from a forensic download of Cornoodle's phone showed this could also have been Cornoodle, as her cellular phone indicated she was likely awake and using the TikTok app. Isn't it true that the TikTok app, if it's open, just continues and plays and plays and plays and plays and plays until you stop it? Was there any other outgoing commands on her phone that would be consistent with her being on the phone, other than just an app being open and running? Now, I'm sure that Dylan knows the voices of her roommates. So when she would tell you that that's the voice that she heard, Kaylee's voice saying something to the effect of that there's someone here, it would be wise for us to ask Dylan who she heard, not what could potentially be a possibility because somebody looked like they were up, right? So when you reviewed Kaylee's phone and Maddie's phone, like you did here and you did the forensic download, was there any indication that Kaylee or Maddie were up? No, and in fact, they stopped using all of their devices at 2:52. Isn't that right? So, are you saying that you believed it could have been somebody else because there was no digital footprint of either Maddie or Kaylee? Yes. Wouldn't that also be consistent with that there was no, what time was that at? 2:52? Wouldn't that also be consistent with if somebody was dead, that they couldn't then use their phone? Just because a delivery comes to your house, have you ever gotten roses delivered to your house? Have you ever bought roses for somebody? Just because you get a delivery, that doesn't mean that you're home. Is that correct? It also doesn't mean that you're awake. Just because you get a delivery at a certain time, that doesn't mean fucking shit, right? You got a delivery at your house. Okay. Do you know who made the order and what time the order was placed? What phone made that order? In the search warrant, you guys asked for the whole activity of the house since January of 2022. You wanted all the activity of DoorDash. You didn't ask for Xana's phone and her specific orders. Your search warrant asked for the history of the address since January of 2022. to November, the day of the homicide, or there just a couple days after. Is there a reason that you went for that on a search warrant? Did you have reason to believe that Xana Kernodle did not make that DoorDash? Did you have reason to believe that you were checking the history of the DoorDashes because you believe that the DoorDash could possibly be responsible for the homicides? And you wanted to see who had been making DoorDash trips to their house? And how frequently they were made and what times they were made. So was it normal for them to get DoorDashes at that hour, at that time? Now, DM stated she looked out of her bedroom, but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. Now, I noticed your wording when you wrote this. DM said she looked out her bedroom. Couldn't that also indicate that she looked out her bedroom window? If she looked out her bedroom? How could you look out your bedroom if your door is closed, right? So DM stated she looked out of her bedroom, but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. Okay, so here you're saying being in the house versus that there's someone here. Now, I have to ask you a question, as you're, I believe, trying to mislead the tribunal with the statement. When I say that somebody's here at my house, I don't say that somebody's here at my house when after they are already entered into my home. I say to my son, hey, Nana and Pop are here, because they just pulled in and I see that, they've arrived. Or if somebody knocks on my door, hey, someone's here, get the door. Isn't that correct? So we would actually have to ask Dylan why would Dylan think that there would be somebody in the house just because somebody said there's somebody here versus that they're here at the door, like normally. Like, hey, someone's here. Like, hey, the cops are here. That doesn't mean they're inside your home. The cops are here. And that happened a lot at 1122 King, didn't it? But Dylan stated she opened her door a second time. So this quite possibly has zero to do with the first time. She could have been just looking out her bedroom, because you don't say that she opened up the door or anything like that. But you say here, DM stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Xana's room. Now, Dylan, you've been living with Xana, Ethan, and the other girls for how long? You lived over the summer as well, right? Okay. And how many times have you ever heard Xana crying before that day? Have you ever heard her crying? So if you never heard her crying, then you wouldn't know if it was her crying? It could have been somebody else crying? So you've never heard Xana cry before. However she's going to answer it, yes, I've heard her cry before. Have you ever seen Ethan and Xana get into a fight? Has Ethan ever made Xana cry before? Isn't it true that Ethan and Xana that night got in a fight over you? Isn't it true that you liked Ethan to the point that you wanted to have a relationship with Ethan? That's not true? Isn't it true that you would drive his car and flirt with him? Normally, if somebody's crying, does Xana cry when she's happy? Some people do cry when they're happy. So do you think Xana was crying because she was happy? Did she normally cry at 4 o'clock in the morning? Have you ever been woken up before to Murphy playing with Kaylee at 4 o'clock in the morning? No. Have you ever been woken up at 4 because of somebody crying? Okay. Then at approximately I'm sorry. DM then said she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Now, again, you've been around Ethan for how long? You know Ethan's voice. Was Ethan's voice the crying that you heard? No. Was Xana's voice the crying that you heard? Okay. And so your friend is crying and you don't do anything about it. Now, no, because I heard somebody say, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." So you could hear, was it whispering loud? Like, did the person say this loudly? "It's okay, I'm going to help you." This made you get out of bed 3 times, right? And if you've already gotten up and you start walking and you take a couple steps, what's a couple steps more? How many more steps would you have had to take to get to Xana's room? Why wouldn't you just go check on Xana? If you got up out of your bed 3 times because of this. Did you use your phone at all during that time? You didn't text your roommate to say, "Hey, are you okay? Hey, is that you crying? Is everything okay? What's going on out there?" Nothing like that? Um, right here. At approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at 1112 King Road, a residence immediately to the northwest, picked up a distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper, followed by a loud thud. Now, I would like to call to the stand the owner of 1112 King. You reported after this homicide or 4 homicides, you reported that there was fake cops that you thought came to your house and you had video footage, right? And you wanted to ask, you went down to the station, and that was in January of 2023. Okay. And you provided them with video surveillance from your house, right? And you said, "Here, can you look at this and can you tell me if are these real cops?" Okay. Does your camera run consistent? Like, is it just 24/7? No. Does your camera have an alarm attached to it that, like, if what kind of camera is it? It's a blink camera. Blink. Okay, perfect. So it's like a Ring camera. Does it pick up audio? Yes. Does it pick up audio without video? No. So there's video with audio. Yes. And now, where are your cameras located? I have 2 cameras. The first camera is inside our little hutch. Inside your hutch? Yes. Can you explain that? It's a carport. The camera is located to show the carport because we have, like, it's like an outside garage type thing. So it shows there's 2 spots where we have, we store stuff in there. Okay. And you can also see your car? Yes. Okay. And then you said there was a second camera. Yes, that's on our door. It's, when you come up to the door, it catches you. So the only way that this camera goes off is if it detects motion. Isn't that correct? Yes. Okay. So in order for the camera that's right outside your door and the camera that's underneath your carport garage area, the only way that those start to record both video and audio is if it what? Detects motion? Yes. Okay. So in order to pick up this distorted these distorted sounds, somebody would have to have been in the vicinity of those cameras right before 417. Isn't that correct? So that means that they would have to be in like at your house. Isn't that correct? So if it was somebody that was at either one of those locations on your property, that's when that would begin. It wouldn't begin when there would be somebody at the 1122 King Road house. Would it? Do you even have a camera that faces that way? No, we don't. Okay. But in order to start, you'd have to detect motion, right? And that motion would have to be where your camera has the visibility. So what I'm getting at is that there'd be somebody that would have been on your property to set that off, not in a different person's property to set that off, right? Thank you. So this doesn't mean a motherfucking thing. What it would concern me about is that somebody would be at those properties next door for this to pick up distorted audio. Sounded like voices or a whimper followed by a loud thud. Kind of like in the Brent Kopaka shootout, that thud that just went down. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times starting at 4:17 a.m. Now, I like to call the stand the resident at 500 Queen Road. Okay. You live, if you can point out to the crowd, you live, this is the house, and these were the apartments, and you lived right here, and you had to come walk up the stairs. This is the house. There's the street that's in between it. You have to, there's a set of stairs right there, right? And then there's this path between the two buildings, and you live right up on the second floor, and then there's a bottom floor, right? Yep. Okay. Do you have a dog? Yes, I do. What kind of dog do you have? It's a big dog, isn't it? Yep. Okay. Is it a watch type dog? Yep. So when somebody walks past your apartment, does your dog bark? Yep. Does it bark? Does your dog bark at all hours of the night? Has your dog ever woke you up from barking? And what I mean by that is, so you walk up the stairs, and when it walks past your door and your window, that's when your dog starts barking, right? And has your dog ever barked in the middle of the night? Yeah. Has your dog ever woke you up before? Yeah. No more further questions. Now, Dylan, in your statement, I don't see anywhere here that you say that you heard Murphy barking like crazy or anything like that. Did you tell that to the police that you heard Murphy barking like crazy? Now, when you say playing, does Murphy bark when Murphy plays? I mean, is that what you mean by playing? Like when you say the word that Kaylee was playing, why did you think that Kaylee was playing with her dog? What type of noises were you hearing? Does Kaylee normally play fetch with her dog upstairs? You guys saw how clean that room was, right? Do you think that she's playing fetch in that room with Murphy? Doubt it. All right. Now, you guys turned over your phones for the metadata, and it was downloaded, and it has you guys going up and down and walking all around, right? Now, it's quite possible, is it not, that you could have actually been walking outside of your house, okay, and going right across that little drive-through upway, and then there's actually these stairs right here that you, so you could have actually, these, if you go up these stairs, that would actually count as a flight of stairs as well, right? So there's not just one or two sets of stairs in your house, but there's a very close, accessible set of stairs right outside your house. Isn't that true? Yes. So if we have, for example, you taking, something like 60 steps and then one flight of stairs, it says, and then, it has 100 steps. It is possible that you actually took your 60 steps, came up these stairs, and actually then walked between the two apartments here at King Queen Apartments, and then got into a vehicle over here and then left. Is that possible? So you going up and down stairs in your own house, that's also possible, right? But you said you didn't see any blood, you didn't find anybody, you just couldn't get into somebody's room, right? But that didn't happen till the morning. So if there's all these steps and all these floors that are going to be taken and they're there on their phones, if Ann Taylor does not bring into play this set of stairs, then she's failing miserably, because these are so close to, and it goes then straight down here, and that's where you hear the dog barking, okay? And then to be able to get into a car over here. And the person that would know that is going to be somebody that lives there, that those stairs are right there and that you can walk between those two apartments. But somebody that's just driving in a car to come, like speeding down the hill to come around, that dog isn't going to bark because of that. But the dog is going to bark because you walk right between these two apartments. And that's the dog barking, in my opinion, is somebody, and that's what I would go with if I was Ann Taylor, is because somebody was walking through this. That's what set off that dog barking. Because those girls are going to say that Murphy wasn't a barker, and so was Mr. Gonsalves, that the dog didn't bark, that the dog was in a different room. Well, let me tell you something. You know how a dog can smell blood? That dog would have been barking like all night once that blood started sipping out. So, now, you said that you opened your door for a third time. Were the lights on? And each time that you closed your door, you closed the door, did you lock it? Do you normally lock your door? And this is when DM stated she opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying. So you opened your door because you heard crying, but didn't you already hear the crying with the door closed? So what was the purpose for opening up your door if you already heard the crying? So my question is you're laying in bed when you heard the crying, right? So DM stated she opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying. So you were in your room, in your bed when you heard the crying, right? So you get up out of bed. For what purpose? If you've already heard the crying, it's not because you don't know what you heard, right? After you heard the crying, you then get up out of bed, and that's why you do what you do, right? But if you weren't opening the door to go out to do something, then why are you even getting out of bed? I don't get out of bed because I hear something and I just walk to my door and I just stand there. I get up. If I'm going to get out of bed, I get up and I go see what the fuck is going on, right? So, and you guys know how skinny that little area is. So you open the door, right? Did you open it all the way? You had to, because let me ask you this. Why would you just be peeking out? There's nothing to be scared of. You're just hearing what noises, right? Nobody just opens the door to peek out. You understand that? Unless there's a reason. This is a reason that you're only opening it to peek out. So you would be opening the door the whole way. You understand that? Who opens a door just to peek out unless it's for a different purpose? So you get out of bed. Now this is the third time. And now you're opening the door. And now the question is did you open it all the way? And she's going to have to say that she didn't. And then Aunt Taylor needs to come back with, well, why the fuck are you only opening it to peek out if you're not scared? If there wasn't shit going down? Why did you only go like this? That's where Aunt Taylor needs to hit home right there, is that there's no way that you didn't open up this door like this. You don't open up the door and peek unless you have a reason to. How does somebody crying make it like that's what you would want to open up the door and go find out what's happening? You don't. Isn't it true, Miss Mortensen, that you opened the door and you just peeked out because you knew it was going on? Because you knew what was going on. That's what she's going to have to say. So when you open up the door, so you didn't open up the door to go help somebody that was crying? So then what was the purpose for you opening up the door? And that's what Ann Taylor is going to hit home on. What was the purpose? You got up for a reason. Well, I went to go open it, and then there was this guy walking, so I couldn't even really. You couldn't really what? You didn't think maybe it was Ethan? You didn't think? No, I didn't think it was Ethan. Well, why didn't you think it was Ethan? You got a boy in the house, right? Why wouldn't you think that was Ethan? Well, because he had a mask on. Okay, what kind of mask did he have on? A surgical mask? A ski mask? Don't you guys all wear ski masks? I'm going to show you some photos here. Is this you in a ski mask? Is this your other friends in ski masks? Aren't you guys always wearing ski masks? Isn't it true that you have no idea what was going on that night because you were high as a kite? And now reading this, I noticed that you were able to. You're a pretty big girl, Miss Mortensen. So you're pretty tall. How tall are you? Okay. So this person did you say to the police that they were clad in black? That's not your language, right? And the person's mouth and nose were covered. Just the mouth and the nose. So you could see their ears, you could see their cheeks. Just this. Okay. But they about 5'10", 5'10" or taller male, not very muscular, athletically built with bushy eyebrows. There's the bush. The male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. Now, up here it says that you originally went to bed in your bedroom. Did you end up going to bed somewhere else after that? Did you, in fact, leave the premises? Because you originally went to bed there. Did you at any point in time leave? Did you actually leave? Dun, dun, dun. This is what I believe now is originally. This is to get around the fact that she left. She originally went to sleep in her bedroom. Okay? And what I believe is that me turn this. It's all about the bush. They write this in the weirdest way when they say the male walked toward the back sliding glass door. DM locked herself in her room. So it doesn't say that she just walked towards. So you didn't see him leave, right? So you're telling me that you closed the door while he was still in the house, making it so that he could hear you close that door and lock it. Because it says that after seeing the male, DM did not state she recognized the male. DM did not state that she recognized the male. This leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene. But so Dylan Mortensen never told investigators that she ever saw this man leave. Do you understand that? Isn't it true that you just went back to your room because there was no big deal? You have people in masks all the time at your house. You really didn't freeze up at all. It was just, you did recognize the person. There wasn't a stranger in your house, right? That's why you just closed the door and went back to bed. And they didn't do anything to you because they weren't a stranger, right? Because that person that was there at that time, did they have a knife in their hand? No. And every time that you open and close and open and close and open and close the door, this person didn't come in the room and do anything to you at this time, right? No. And this person comes right past you. You don't see any blood on them? No. You don't see a knife in their hand? No. Do you see blood on their bushy eyebrows? And isn't it true you didn't call the cops, Miss Mortensen, because there was no reason to call the cops? You didn't call the cops because there was no reason to call the cops at that point. Isn't that true? Because Miss Mortensen, you love your friends, right? Yeah. And you would do anything for your friends. Yeah. And in fact, if you truly heard somebody crying and getting stabbed to death, you would have heard that, right? At that point, and you would have called 911 or done something, right? And in fact, this all happened while you were sleeping. Isn't that true? Because if you would have saw somebody with a knife and somebody with, I don't know, blood all over them, I think that you would call for help. No, I just froze. I blacked out. You blacked out. Miss Mortensen, what size shoe do you wear? Miss Mortensen, do you own Vans? Okay. The combination of DM's statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of records from BF and DM's phone, and video of a suspect video as described below leads investigators to believe the homicides occurred between 4 and 4:25. This is the same thing that they did in the Moore case. Based on Jennifer Drake's statements and Eldora Gatchell's statements on when she left and when Eldora left as being the last patient, mixed with, we were there till 7:15. And then Jennifer Drake saying, the person that called me from Brian Drake's phone was Brian Drake, and I was on the phone with him until 7:26. And then that's when I heard him say, oh, I think I've been shot. Oh my God. And then he just fucking doesn't call 911 and bleeds internally to drown in his own blood for 5 minutes versus calling 911. Who the fuck would do that unless they didn't have their phone on them? Give me a fucking break. But they say it right here. The combination of nothing to do with the victims. Normally people in an investigation, they base everything off of the victims' digitals. The combination of DM statements to law enforcement, fuck what Bethany had to say, because clearly whatever Bethany had to say was not Not the same here. And then the reviews of just Bethany and Dylan's phones. Fuck the other people's phones, because guess what? If you go off of their phones, it would blow up this narrative. And so all they're going to try to say is, yeah, they didn't use their phones anymore because they were sleeping. And you need to go and combat that with saying they didn't use their phones anymore because they were dead. They were dead. That's why Kaylee and Maddie didn't use their phones anymore. And that was way before Bryan Kohberger ever made it onto the premises, right? They were already dead. You have to move the time of the crime, which they need it to be over here, because this is the only way that it works. This is the only way that it's possible for them to be able to pin this on Bryan Kohberger. And they're telling us why they believe that Bryan Kohberger is the guy. And it's because of DM statements with the combination of her and Bethany's phones. That's it. So DM, her statements, and then Bethany and Dylan's phones, their forensics. Okay. And then this breakdown right here. This is what they're saying is the combination of this leads investigators to believe the homicides occurred between this time. Not that Bryan Kohberger is the killer, okay? But the way that they say this is, think about this. This is when the homicides occurred. So it doesn't matter who the killer is then. This is when the homicides occurred. During the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a shoe print. This was located during the second processing of the crime scene by ISP forensic team. And let me tell you how fucking inept the ISP forensic team is. This is how they were doing shit. There's a bullet hole. Okay, I'm gonna put my pencil in here and I'm gonna go like this. And then, okay, now take a picture. Okay, now I'm gonna go like this and now take a picture. That's what they did in the Brian Drake case. Do you want to know what else they did in the Brian Drake case? They let Jennifer Drake drive away in Brian Drake's vehicle without it ever being processed. They did not dust for prints any of Brian's cell phones that were allegedly in that room. They kicked down the door to get into Brian Drake's office and didn't take any pictures of the door, the front and the back, to be able to show that, like, was there any damage on the inside at all? Like somebody trying to get out and that they couldn't because it was being held or something like that. They said that Brian Drake was sitting on a stool in front of a glass window and that he got shot like that. And then he was actually leaned over. Okay. And that they said, yep, the trajectory, because we're going like this and we're going like this. And then it was a downward trajectory. When they got the ME report back, the ME said Brian Drake had an upward trajectory shot. Totally fucking just clipping ISP's nuts to the point that they never changed the report. To the point that they literally had a guy get on the stand, Officer Van Leuven, and lie his fucking ass off. He didn't measure the window and how, like, the bottom to the top, to the top to the bottom, how width, da, 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 da. They didn't set up a laser to see how far back the shot, came from, how tall the person would have had to be that took the shot. There is none of this that is taken in this. This is ISP doing a homicide with a gunshot wound. So when the ME says that Brian Drake didn't have a downward, that's not what happened. Brian Drake has an upward, it's like it came up, like somebody was holding like the gun up into his side and that they got him. Okay. Because then it came through and it hit and it went through 2 ribs and then pierced his, it pierced his lung, severed an artery, and then he bled out internally because somebody kept a compression on that fucking wound. And he drowned in his own blood. Somebody was holding a compression. You'd have an ME that would get on the stand and say that. Now, Brian Drake didn't have anything there. His hands don't have blood on them. So who was holding this in to keep the blood? That's how inept these motherfuckers are. So, when I read this, when they give me a statement that says during the processing of the crime scene, okay, investigators found a latent shoe print. This was located during the second processing team by the first using, whatever they use. Then the detection shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern, similar to the pattern of a Vans type sole shoe just outside the door of DM's bedroom. And the reason that this is big is that this is consistent with DM's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel. Now, this is how stupid they are. Did the person who killed them have one fucking foot, one leg? Like, you had to go deep to find this. The second time, all these kids wear Vans. Then, as part of the investigation, an extensive search, commonly referred to in law enforcement by a video canvas, was conducted in the area. This video canvas was to obtain any footage from the early morning hours of November 13th. This video canvas resulted in the collection of numerous surveillance videos. Hence, you guys now bring in this numerous surveillance videos, just like they did in this case. Numerous surveillance videos. They got both residential and businesses. I have reviewed numerous videos that were collected and have had conversations with other MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents that are similarly reviewing footage that was obtained. A review of camera footage indicated that a white sedan, hereafter, suspect vehicle 1. Now, let me show you. No, this is what they said in Dan Moore's. about this part. Detective Van Leuven also recklessly or intentionally failed to provide the reviewing magistrate with accurate context in his recounting of surveillance videos. In that he misrepresents the footage and omits other important contextual details. For example, the detective states that video footage captures Dr. Moore's truck traveling down Harrison Street shortly after the shooting, when in fact, the video captures no vehicles on that road that can be positively identified as the Toyota Tundra. Detective Van Leuven also fails to mention other abnormally behaving vehicles in the vicinity of Dr. Drake's office captured on camera around the time of the shooting. For example, footage from Mr. Sudd's car wash depicts a car parking several blocks away from the scene of the shooting, idling for several minutes, and then driving off. Mr. Sudd's footage. In omitting this information, Van Leuven, like the officer in, because they're citing a case, all right? So then the rest of that, so then let's go to, hold on. Now, in addition to the omission, Detective Van Leuven also included blatant lies in his affidavit. As previously mentioned, Detective Van Leuven states that eyewitnesses to a suspect running from the scene of the shooting were unable to make any certain identifications from photo lineups, when in one of them positively identified a Stephen Hartman as the person she saw the night of Dr. Drake's death. This misrepresentation would undoubtedly permit a magistrate to make an inference favoring probable cause, as a literal reading of Van Leuven's affidavit leads one to believe that no suspect has been identified by eyewitnesses, increasing the possibility that Dr. Moore is the killer. So it's like that they're omitting what Bethany has to say. This is the affidavit. I found one hole through the double pane window of an exam room. This window looked out the far north coffee lodge. The metal mini blinds on the window were closed and had a corresponding hole. The hole through the window and blinds were consistent with being caused by a small caliber bullet being fired by a standing adult shooting from immediately outside the window into the office space. The location of the entry wound, considered with the trajectory of the bullet in Dr. Drake's body, indicated Dr. Drake was likely sitting on a stool located in front of the window and was facing away from the window. We located a single bullet hole in Dr. Drake's back with no apparent exit wound. The Boundary County coroner, Mick Millett, was on scene and took custody of the body. Wait for it. This is crazy. Dr. Drake's body was later transported to the Spokane County Medical Examiner's Office, where Dr. Sally Aiken performed an autopsy. Dr. Aiken contributed the cause of death to a penetrating gunshot wound. Attributed. Dr. Aiken further found that the bullet had entered the body just below the left scapula and 3 3/8 inches to the left of the midline of the back. The bullet grazed and perforated the left pulmonary artery, causing abundant hemorrhaging in the chest cavity. A small caliber handgun bullet was recovered from Dr. Drake's left pectoral muscle. Do you know what they left out? The trajectory of what Dr. Sally Ann Aiken said. This is in a probable cause affidavit for this man's arrest, just like Bryan Kohberger's, the same fucking people. I have been advised by IS. Why would you leave out the fact that the ME says that this was penetrating upward, at an upward angle, not down? Can you fucking believe? But this, they left out of a probable cause affidavit. Omitted it. Because they knew what? How do you just leave? How do you not read her report and say, okay, wait a second here. This happened this way. And then this is the icing on the cake. If you were sitting on a stool when you got shot and there was glass, why would there be glass then on the stool? How about that, you fucking idiots? This shit is just ridiculous. And then this is what they said about their surveillance camera evidence, which is what this is. We're going to compare it. So they say as part of the investigation, they did, all of these businesses, and so this is what they say in his. Dr. Moore's primary vehicle is a white four-door 2019 Toyota Tundra with Idaho trout license plate. The full-size pickup truck is registered, okay? Doing all of this. Then, so what they did is that the detectives have photographed and video recorded Dr. Moore getting into and driving the vehicle parked at his practice within the past month. So they were just taking like trial runs to be able to compare this. During the course of the investigation, my office has reviewed security camera footage obtained from numerous local businesses. Not all the timestamps are accurate. Some are off by 1 or 3 hours exactly. One is off by a few minutes, and most are right on. The correct time on any camera was established by viewing common events recorded by more than one camera, such as a unique vehicle observed driving through the area. The footage in some of the clips cannot individually be used to identify Dr. Moore's Tundra. However, by linking one video to the next in sequence, each video validates the other. After analyzing footage from 8 of those businesses, we observed Dr. Moore's truck driving from the direction of his residence to the coroner's residence. We later observed the truck leaving. Okay, so let's take a look. Here, they say, a review of the camera footage indicates that a white sedan, hereafter suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling westbound in the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive in Moscow at approximately 3:26 a.m. and westbound on this road, Steiner, at Highway 95 in Moscow at approximately 3:28 a.m. On this video, it appeared suspect vehicle 1 was not displaying a front license plate. A review of footage from multiple videos obtained from the King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle 1 starting at 3:29 a.m. and ending at 4:20 a.m. After analyzing from 8 of those businesses, we observed Dr. Moore's truck traveling from the direction of his residence to Millett's residence. We later observed the truck leaving Millett's house just prior to the shooting. The truck is then seen circling the area where the shooting occurs 2 times, including driving down the area between the 2 buildings directly outside the window where the shooting occurs, and then stopping for several seconds. That isn't a drive-through where you buy coffee. That's a drive-through for fucking coffee. Of course you're going to stop. It's a drive-through. Isn't that what you do? But they say it like this, including driving down the area between the 2 buildings. This wording is just so amazing. Driving down the area. No, that's a fucking drive-through. That's like saying, I was driving by the area of McDonald's parking lot by where the windows were. That's called a drive-through. And then stopping for several seconds. Again, at a certain time. Dr. Moore's truck is then driven north on Main Street from Dr. Drake's office and parks at Dr. Moore's office. After parking, the taillights flash in a manner consistent with Dr. Moore locking his truck with a keyless remote. A human figure is then seen walking from the direction, not from his vehicle. See this? There's a difference. A human figure is then seen walking from the direction of Dr. Moore's office toward Dr. Drake's office. 1.5 minutes before the shooting occurs. Again, this is based on their shooting occurring at 7:26. Now, as previously established, the shooting occurs at 7:26. This is fucking priceless. As previously established, the shooting occurs at 7:26. Dr. Drake's wife, Jennifer, called him at 6:42 p.m. from their home in Hayden. It was routine for Dr. Drake and his wife to have a telephone conversation on the nights he stayed in Bonners Ferry. He advised her he was seeing late patients who were still there. And they said plural S here. Who were still there and would call her when he was finished. These patients were later identified as Eldora Gatchell, a longtime and regular patient of Dr. Drake's, as well as Gatchell's brother. And this is who was visiting from Hawaii. Never had an appointment, never was seen. As determined based on the his books. There's no new patient intake form. Gatchell and Azara later confirmed that they were present when this call came in and that they heard Dr. Drake's side of the conversation. This call lasted 13 seconds. After being seen by Dr. Drake, Gatchell and Nazara reported seeing a white, large pickup truck stopped in the drive-thru between the 2 buildings as they were leaving the office. They reported the vehicle was stopped, pointed toward the northwest, and had its lights on. This is incorrect as fuck. Their statement was that it was parked all the way over to the right-hand side and off up into the front, not on this side where the drive-thru would be. Lies. Also, again, this is based off of these statements, not off of anything. This is just their statements. Dr. Drake called his wife at 7:17. This phone call is not on the towers. That means that this phone call from his cell phone had to have taken place on a different cell tower. Miss Drake was at their shared residence in Hayden, Kootenai County, Idaho, at the time of this call, emphasizing that yet again. After discussing routine family issues for several minutes, Miss Drake said her husband exclaimed that something had struck him in the side. He then said he thought someone had shot him through the window. He then stopped responding to Mrs. Drake. Mrs. Drake hung up to call 911 after a short period of time. Mrs. Drake estimated that the time from Dr. Drake no longer responding and to when she hung up was approximately 15 seconds. Based on the timestamp from the phones and Mrs. Drake's estimation of time of when he stopped responding, puts the time of the shooting at approximately 7:26 p.m. Do you see how this all relies? This is how they came up with this time. They came up with this time just like in the Idaho4 case, okay? Based on somebody's fucking statement. This is Tina with What the Fuck Translation Services. I'm just simply showing you guys this trial is going down in history as the best trial to take place in my 40 years of living. Guaranteed. Guaranteed that this Idaho4 case goes down in history. You heard it here first. Now, again, I can prove that. Wouldn't you normally say what time the phone call was when Miss Drake called 911? Why aren't you talking about that? What time did you call 911? If you hung up and called 911 right away, there should be no fucking problem, right? But why are they not wanting to talk about that? Oh, because her 911 call, there's no record of it. How does dispatch not have a record of it in Kootenai County if she was in fact in Kootenai County? So going back to this, then we see Idaho4. So a review of footage from multiple videos, 329 to 420. These sightings show suspect vehicle 1 makes an initial 3 passes by the 1122 King Road residence and then leave via Willenta Drive. Those are the initial sightings. Based off of my experience as a patrol officer, this is a residential neighborhood with a very limited number of vehicles that travel in the area during the early morning hours. Upon review of the video, not videos, but the video, I circle that for a reason, there are only a few cars that enter and exit this area during this time frame. And I believe that they're going off of Linda Lane right here. And then what is a few? Like, this is their fucking words, you know? Suspect vehicle 1 can be seen entering the area a 4th time. So here, we just talked about all of this. And now we're going to go to the 4th time. At approximately 4:04 a.m., it can be seen driving eastbound on King Road, Queen, what do you want to call it, stopping and turning around in front of 500 Queen Road, number 52, and then driving back westbound on King Road. When suspect vehicle 1 is in front of the King Road residence, it appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road. Again, going back to the surveillance cameras. So, as previously established, the shooting occurred at 7:26, and they're saying that a human figure is then seen walking and then running back from the area of Dr. Drake's office toward Dr. Moore's office. I have the footage. I am going to be releasing that footage. When I say that what you see is literally animals, you guys are going to hit the floor. We see 2 deer, and it is so like you can't even. And then there's like something that spooked the deer. What they're saying they see here is all just complete and utter fallacies. But more importantly, this isn't the time. This isn't the time of the crime. Okay. A human figure. Wait, is it Dr. Moore though? So, but just it's a human figure. A human figure. Okay. The lights on the back of Dr. Moore's truck, again, flash in a manner consistent with Dr. Moore unlocking his truck using his keyless entry. His truck then is seen driving back toward Millette's house 300 feet away. Eyewitness Funderburg's vehicle can be seen driving north on Hillside Alley before doing a U-turn on Harrison Street next to Dr. Moore's office. After 5 minutes, Dr. Moore's truck is then seen leaving Millette's house and driving in a circuitous route back toward Dr. Moore's house that conspicuously avoids the crime scene. Okay. Now, Funderburg's statements is that the time that he does this, guys, he does this after he goes to I'm sorry. The time that he does this is before he says he does this only once. Okay, you notice how it says Funderburg. Eyewitness Funderburg's vehicle can be seen driving north. Okay. Well, guess what? Funderburg's vehicle can be seen multiple times, not just once. You understand that? Multiple times. And based off of Funderburg's testimony and the cameras, Stephen Hartman and Aaliyah Sandlin, they totally excuse what she's about to say. And she says that, yeah, Stephen Hartman was at the top talking to us. And by the time we started talking to Stephen Hartman, that had to be at least 30 minutes after the gunshot. And Stephen Hartman is seen on the surveillance cameras at 7:35. And that was after they talked to Aaliyah Sandlin. So at the very minimum, it would have been 7 o'clock that those gunshots happened. Stephen Hartman said it. Aaliyah Sandlin said it. But again, what are we basing the time of the crime? We're ignoring what Aaliyah Sandlin said. We're ignoring what Hartman and the cameras say. We're going with Jennifer Drake and Eldora Gatchel says. Just like in the Idaho4 case, we're going to ignore what Bethany says. We're going to ignore what the phones of the deceased say. And we're going to go with Dylan and Bethany and Dylan's phones. And this is when they've done it before. This happened in 2020, and this is exactly this is a mirror of a case of them needing to place the time of the crime to be able to nail this person, to be able to have a chance to nail that person. So do I believe that Bethany has exculpatory? Yes, but I believe more than Bethany. I believe that there's cameras. I believe that there's other statements. I believe that there's way more than just Bethany. Just like in this case, it's not just, you got Jennifer Drake's lying, Eldora Gatchel lying. Okay. The cops are just not even looking at, they did all these search warrants for cell towers and they don't look to see why isn't our victim's call at 7:17 peeing off the towers? Why does our victim have fucking debris all over his back? Like that he was outside and that he was on his back laying in the fucking leaves. Why does the stool in the chiropractic office have glass shards all over it if he was in fact sitting on it when the gunshot happened? Why is there no trace evidence of any glass on Dr. Drake or around him that it would have sprayed up on his clothing on fibers? The crime scene is consistent with a staging, and the crime scene is inconsistent with Dr. Drake beginning to be in some type of way assaulted, because this did not begin in his office. This began out back, right by where his car was. Why is Isaac Funderburg's 911 call not on the towers? Why has it never been released when Isaac Funderburg made the 911 call that he made? Because it happened before 7. That's what I've concluded. I've concluded that you only have from 7 to 8, the towers. I bet you if you would have 6 to 8, even 6:45, but let's just be fun. Go 6 to 8. And I'm going to tell you what will show up. What will show up is Isaac Funderburg calling 911 from either his girlfriend's phone number or his, because he's reporting that he heard gunshot. He's reporting that before 7 o'clock because that's when it was. And he actually heard 2. And he's like, I don't know if it was like an echo or what, because like, things can echo. So, but he's like, I think it was 2 though. And so when you look at these 2 cases, and I'm just like, you're taking certain people's words, and that's how you're determining this time of the crime, right? And you're mixing that with the surveillance and how you can make it all fit versus just letting it fall where it falls. Let the evidence just fall. Why aren't you, when there's something that's contrasting or inconsistent with somebody else's statements, why isn't that being questioned? Jennifer Drake was never asked where the fuck she was all day on the day that her husband was murdered. They never asked her, what did you do? Can you walk us through your day? You know that? Isn't that crazy? And so what that leads me to believe is, did ISP ask Bethany and Dylan what the fuck they did? I'm guessing no. What'd you guys do that day? Walk me through your day. So when I see an officer write based on his knowledge and based on what? No. I don't give a fuck about your little small town that you think you know. You let little fucking college kids lie to you, and all you care about, you pour out Trulies for a living, okay? Please. Again, upon review of the video, there are only a few cars that enter and exit the area. Exactly. Because the killer could be on foot, right? Suspect vehicle can be seen entering the 4th time at approximately 4. Okay, can be seen driving eastbound, turning around, driving eastbound. With suspect vehicle 1 in front of the King residence, it appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn into the road. That's just so similar to what you're saying Dr. Moore was doing. The vehicle then continued to the intersection of Queen Road and King, where it can be seen completing a 3-point turn, just like Karen Reed's case, and then driving eastbound again down Queen Road. And then what? And what then? Okay? And then what? You see? 3-point turn and then driving eastbound again down Queen Road. Suspect vehicle 1 is next seen departing the area of the King Road residence at approximately 4:20. So what does it do after this point? It just miraculously isn't coming down. We're here. You're trying to follow this car around, so you don't see anybody. You don't. And that's what I'm trying to say is they actually do. I'm telling you right now, there has to be stuff, in my opinion, between this time and that time in a different area. Just like, or you have to go up an hour or go down an hour. And you really have to look at what was going on, because that's what they did in the Moore case. And I believe they mirrored it. And then in order to get the focus away from a certain time. So think about this. If they just did a search warrant from 3 to 5, anything that would have happened between 2:52 a.m. and 3 in that little pinch of a time, that's not going to be there, because they didn't request from 2 to 5. They requested from 3 to 5 in their search warrant. So whatever was going on between, and it blows me away that you would hear that Kaylee and Maddie were making all these frantic phone calls. Why wouldn't you pull the towers from 2 to 5? You would be able to get that search warrant. Their phones were going crazy. But just as they did in the Moore case, they didn't want it for a reason. They're burying it. Hey, if you don't ask for something, guys, then there's no way, this, that, and can they go and get, I don't know. Can they go get those all the way back then? I don't think so. I don't know. I have no idea. Oh, critical thinking. What you got? Oh, so what went on from 4:20 to 4:25 a.m. pertaining to the crime after SVU1 has left? I personally don't believe that. I personally believe that based on the past behavior of how they conduct themselves, they like to move it all up an hour or back an hour from when it truly happened. So I'm looking, like I said, that that these crimes occurred either an hour, like the 2:52 to 1:52 to 3, or then like 4:30 to like 5:30. So and the reason being is because of the Dr. Moore case. And when you would have looked, all you had to do is look at the towers and just see that, okay, Isaac's 911 call isn't on there at that time. And Brian Drake in his 9-minute conversation with his wife isn't there, which tells me that Brian Drake's cell phone, when that call had happened, I don't believe it was Brian Drake in the other line. I believe it was somebody that was obviously involved, and that phone moved and was off that tower. Just because Eldora says that she got there at 6:03, who's to say that when they got in there and after they do like the playing of the ukulele, that the shit ain't ready to take on? So then they have from 6:15, 6:20 after the guy leaves that was there before, you have 6:20 all the way to then 7:30 before these 911 calls go off. And it's just Eldoro's words on what happened in that office space between after Paul Jacobson left. So, and it's the same fucking thing that you have once the girls arrive home at 1:52. It's the words of the survivors on what truly took place at that time, or anybody that would be in that home. And I believe there's huge inconsistencies, and I think that they were on it. I think that the investigator caught one of the huge inconsistencies, which would be whatever the hell Bethany said. And trust me, it's going to be bomb worthy. To the point that Bethany thought she was getting arrested. Why would Bethany think that she was going to get arrested? She needed to be like guaranteed that she wouldn't be arrested if she came to Idaho. And anybody that's covering the Idaho4 case, you're clearly just covering it as a correspondence with your channel. You're supposed to be an investigative journalist, okay, within that channel. And you're supposed to be investigating stuff that doesn't sit right. Well, what I'm doing on my channel is I'm literally fucking supplying you with the information to go get all these views on your stupid ass fucking mainstream media platforms. This is what investigative journalism is. And instead of me writing just, a bunch of inked up shit that you would go read, I'm doing it in a verbal way, like a podcast. Except you get to see this beautiful mug. But I think that people need to go back after hearing about everything that we've heard, and you truly look at other cases, especially the one that I'm just putting it out there, the same people, and you're going to see where the PCA is truly flawed and where you can expect that Ann Taylor's going to hammer. And if I'm Ann Taylor, I need to go and get all the information that happened an hour before, an hour after. And then you're going to be able to hammer that, based on my knowledge of the area and review of camera footage in the neighborhood that does not show suspect vehicle 1 during that time frame, I believe that suspect vehicle 1 likely exited the neighborhood at Palouse River Drive. And he's saying that he believes this because there is no video evidence. It's also they were looking for the lack thereof. If you have surveillance, we want it even if it doesn't have anything on it, because therefore then we can eliminate. They're trying to just say like, well, clearly he didn't come this way. Look at there's no camera surveillance. No, you fucks. There's no camera evidence because it's a Ring camera, and not all the Ring cameras pick up movements. Like that is so flawed of a process. This is such a flawed process. Because I didn't see the car on this street. It didn't come on this street because my camera didn't catch it. What kind of camera do you have? Does it run 24/7? No. It runs what? Off motion? Okay. So how many times does your Ring camera not catch every car that's coming down your street? And some of these streets, the houses are sitting so far back. Like, get fucked, get bent. Like, y'all are nuts. That is flawed as fuck. I'm sorry. And then he says that eventually the road leads to Pullman, Washington. Eventually the road leads. And then Pullman, Washington, okay. So approximately 10 miles from Moscow, Idaho, both Pullman and Moscow are small college towns, and people commonly travel back and forth from them. So you're saying that it's common for people to travel back and forth, but God forbid that Bryan Kohberger is on a tower in Idaho, in Moscow, Idaho, 12 times in a 12-week period? Right here, you were saying how common it is for people to travel back and forth. But God forbid if Bryan Kohberger does it. Look how stupid that sounds. You write it right here. It's so common. Law enforcement officers provided video footage of suspect 1 to forensic examiners with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. What did I write before Ann Taylor ever put out a fucking motion about it? What was the date that happened? What was the date that you gave this suspect vehicle 1 to forensic examiners with the Federal Bureau of Investigation? And that this is what they do regularly. This is what the professionals in. And they're supposed to find the make and model, right? The forensic examiner, so when, what's the date? And what video footage? What video did you give them? After reviewing, this guy has 12 years. I don't care how much years experience you have. If you get it wrong, you get it wrong. It's like saying Michael Jordan he's been playing in the NBA for 20 years. Can he still miss a free throw? Yeah. Can he still misreading a defense? Yeah. I thought they were playing zone. No, it was a man. It was a 3-2 matchup, so it's a man. You have to run a man offense if you want to be a 3-2 zone matchup. Because it's like playing against a man defense. This guy clearly misses the mark, right? After reviewing the numerous now observations of suspect vehicle 1, the forensic examiner initially believed that suspect vehicle 1 was a 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra. Again, initially, just like Dylan, initially went to bed upstairs. Upon further review, why would you need there to be further review? When did you ever change it with the public if you were looking for that vehicle? Upon further review, he indicated it could also be between a 2011 and 2016, and that's where I think if you're Ann Taylor, you have him by the balls right there. Nobody that is a professional in terms of an expert with vehicles would ever think a 2011 Elantra looks like a 2016 because they would have, like I've already had so many episodes on that and I killed it. You would never put the dash like that. You could never mistake a 16 for an 11. Never. And so what you're telling me is that the footage, are you just shitty at your job or was the footage shitty? Which is it? And so you identified 2 different vehicles, right? Because of the first observation, you said it could be a 2011, 2013. And then you said that you, after reviewing the numerous observations of suspect vehicle 1, the forensic examiner initially believed this. So upon further review, what other camera footage did you review? Or was it just the same footage? As a result, the investigators have been reviewing information on persons in possession of a vehicle that is a 2011 now to 2016. Again, what are the dates that all of this happened? And that's what's going to come out in court. And she's going to drill him. Did you have to go back and get the FBI to say that, hey, because Kohberger has are you sure this can't be a 2015? Because he has a 2015. Did you change your mind after the IGG came back, you sick bastards? Was it after the IGG hit? Was it? Look at you. Look at you. Investigators were given access to video footage on the WSU campus in Pullman. When? What was the date? A review of that video indicated that at approximately 2:44 a.m. on November 13th, a white sedan, which is consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as vehicle 1, was observed. Surveillance cameras traveling north on Southeast at approximately 2:53, which is consistent with the, guess what? You have a huge problem there. Was observed traveling southeast on Nevada Street in Pullman towards 271 or 270. was provided the same FBI forensic examiner. So they went to the same guy. Again, when was this provided? What's the date? The forensic examiner identified the vehicle observed in Pullman, Washington as being a 2014 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. And guess what, guys? I do believe that that is, without a doubt, Bryan Kohberger's vehicle. I believe that that this one right here is his vehicle. And actually, it makes perfect sense with what he's saying that I was driving. So this vehicle that's on campus was identified as a 2014 to 2016. So you identified that as a 2014 2016. What was the date? And so then you then identified the one that's on Moscow's campus that you can't connect other than you just find one that's so many, time later, and would be inconsistent with if somebody just drove to that spot straight through. How many minutes would it take you to get to that point from this point? So was Bryan Kohberger going like 10 miles an hour? So all you have to do is ask one question here. Isn't it true that you identified two different vehicles? Yes. You identified a 2014, 2016 on the campus of WSU. Isn't that correct? Yes. And then isn't it correct that you identified at the same time when they showed you that in Moscow, you identified that as being a 2011, 2013. Now let's talk about why you identified it as a 2011, 2013. And in your report, that's why they were asking, where are these reports from these forensic people? Where's the report? Where's the report? Because we want to see the dates that y'all said this shit. Because we're putting a timeline together on when you went back and asked this FBI guy about his opinion. Was it after, you're just going to be able to tell all this by the dates. You're going to tell what came when. And what's great about it, though, is you have them saying, so you, in a sense, identified two different vehicles. So that vehicle there can't be this vehicle here, right? So you're connecting the campus car has no connection right now to WSU's campus. Do you understand that? And it never will, because there's no identifying marks. You can't just take a car. I don't care if they're the same. You know how many white Hyundai Elantras there are? You can't just take a car that's 15 miles away, 15 miles away. So 15 miles from my house, go get an SUV that matches mine and say that, okay, here she was here, 45 minutes ago. And then you have no camera footage from point A to point B where you're going to say, and there she is 45 minutes later. Excuse me? What? You cannot just, how you can do that is if the license plates are hitting and it's matching. Okay, yep, there she is there. And now here she is here. Okay, great. That's not what you have. Literally what you have are two different vehicles that you're trying to say is the same car, which you're going to fail miserably in trial. And anybody that's on that jury that doesn't see it that way, then you're just, where were you in grade school? And the only way that they won't see it that way is if Ann Taylor totally fucks the dog. What you're going to show is how does Bryan Kohberger get on the 700 block of Indian Trail without being seen on any of these campuses, their cameras? How does not a single camera pick him up that's residential? And I'm going to tell you how. Because all you have to do is track back that vehicle. There has to be, okay, before it's on the 700 block, where did it come from? And if you can't, then let me tell you where it came from. It came from one of those driveways that it backed out of. It came from the street over. You know, where is the last point that this car is? The one that's on the 700 block. You can't just say these two cars, I identified them as two different cars, and now you're going to say it's the same car. You can't. How are you going to say that now like a fucking idiot? And so what I would say is that I'd have Bryan Kohberger take the stand and identify that that's his vehicle on WSU's campus. I would identify that as being my car. That's the move that I would make. Get Bryan Kohberger to identify that that's his vehicle on WSU's campus. Why? In my opinion, that car doesn't match the car that's on Moscow, Idaho's campus. It's a different car. And that car is just what? A couple minutes from the murder scene. I'm over on WSU's campus. And then you move up the time of the crime to 2:52. And now let's fucking play. How can I be on WSU's campus at 2:52 in my white Elantra that I'm saying this is me? I was over here, okay? And why I had to go back and why I'm missing for 9 minutes because I went and I was gonna whatever the fuck that person clearly did something, right? But I'm over there at 2:44 and then 2:47 and 2:53. I'm on WSU's campus when the murder is happening. That is my vehicle. Okay. Now, here I am right here. That's me. Yep. Okay. You have no way of putting him by, you said, like, he's not hitting on any towers that happen at 2:52. Not at all. That's my vehicle. And then if you're going to show the time of the crime truly happened at just after 2:52, Bryan Kohberger can't be your killer. And that's what you have to do. That's what I would do. And that's me not having the discovery. If I had the discovery, maybe I would have a totally different approach. And then what I would show also is that the sheath was planted. And there would have to be a motive as to how and why they picked you to frame. How did you get picked? And that's going to require Bryan Kohberger testifying. So, because he's going to be able to say what he was doing, whatever he was involved in, whatever he uncovered, if he uncovered something, okay? If he uncovered that XYZ was going on, okay? And I brought it to the attention of my fellow, police officers. So, yes, that's me. I said I was driving that night. Yep, that's my car right there on WSU's campus at 2:44. Because also, you're going to be able to show how inaccurate the cell towers are there. Because how it looks in Idaho right now with the case right here is that you got no 911 calls coming up on any towers. You got no 911 calls, period. But yet you hear them, but the dispatch doesn't have them in logs. And you have no blood in the car. So I would also want to say that I was driving my car that night. I want to put myself driving my vehicle that night. You understand what I'm saying? I want to put myself driving that vehicle because there is no blood in that car. There is no DNA in that car. So I want to put myself in my car at the time. I don't want them to be able to say, and that's why I think that they're saying suspect vehicle 1. That's why I don't think they're saying Bryan Kohberger's vehicle. I don't want them to say that, you know, I could have possibly used a different car or somebody else's car. I was in my vehicle. And if I was using my vehicle that night, that motherfucker would be lit up. Okay? There is just no way that I don't transfer anything. There's just no way that there's not a sign of a cleanup. And then I show the receipts on everything that I did. So I show from the moment that the murder happened, right? Where I was going, what I was doing. And what does Bryan Kohberger have to, you know, on Cross? So you're wondering, like, okay, Lana, you're really going to put your client out there for Cross? I mean, he doesn't know them, right? So yeah, there's going to be no way to, like, I think this is one of those situations that you strongly consider putting your client on the stand. He has no other statements. So what he is saying, it's not like it's Charlie Adelson and he's a liar. It's not like it's Murdoch and he's just this liar, you know? You have him only saying a few words to an officer right now when he got pulled over. And he was very polite to the woman. He was actually right, okay? Hey, Mr. Kohberger, you know, why'd you come down here? What were you doing? He's a fucking grad student who's in the PhD program. I mean, what type of hard-grilled questions is he going to ask Bryan on the stand? You were trying to get with them, weren't you? They did something to you. I know. I didn't know them. I don't know. I would strongly consider it because I'd want to put myself on WSU's campus in, if I can move the time of the crime to be at 2:52 or right thereafter when all their phones, you know, Kaylee and Maddie's phones never go again. It's because they're being, unfortunately, they're not able to. And again, the reason I feel this way is because I look at this shit and I compare it to the case that I have all the evidence in, and this mirrors. This is just gross to me, you know. And then, so you say that he went right home. Well, then if he went right home, you know, again, how is he at approximately 5:25, a white sedan, which is consistent with the description of the suspect vehicle, one was observed, you know, on 5 cameras. Well, they're saying that it was pinging and it's Blaine and then it's all over here. So he didn't go straight home, right? Well, then why does the other guy say in order to get his search warrant that he said that he went straight home? So which is it? He went home or he didn't go straight home? Because you have Blaker saying he went straight home. In order to get the search warrant, would he put in order to get the search warrant on the apartment? That's why there'd be stuff there, is because he went straight home. If Bryan Kohberger did it, Bryan Kohberger, I hope, doesn't get away with it. That'd be a travesty. But with everything that we see right here, right now, and what I see them do, we're going to go with the time of the crime happening at this time and that there's not a 911 call that happens until noon. You're going to have to bring way more than fucking Dylan Mortensen saying, and some car that's allegedly circling a building right before that. Now they're just going to go, and how would that person know that everybody was in their rooms? Why didn't he do the killing at 329? Why didn't he do the killing at the second time around, the third, why? Oh, because he saw lights on. Oh, but he does it when he fucking sees the DoorDash there. And then what are the odds that a DoorDash would be arriving at 4 a.m. at all the times that you could arrive for a DoorDash, and of all the days that somebody could decide to do this, that you take 4 loops around a house, there's a guy in a hoodie, there's all this, there's just so much noise, right? And now here you have a party driver, right? That just out of the blues, they were going to get a drive with hoodie guy, and then they just got this private driver, and then, which means that's just putting another person there. At 4 a.m. they'd get a DoorDash, and then it's going to be at the same time, basically, that someone's going to go in there and kill them. So I have to strongly ask you this. Shouldn't your number one suspect be that DoorDash person? Who the fuck would be arriving at the same time that 4 people are about to get murdered? And that this DoorDash driver just is totally aloof, just, oh, I'm driving, okay. And doesn't it look like if someone's just circling and they do like a 3-point turn, they turn around? It looks like they tried to park, but it was unsuccessful. Doesn't that kind of sound like what a DoorDash driver does? And then they get out, okay, and then they just leave think about that, man. That's wild. But when you're talking about that somebody looks like they unsuccessfully tried to park, so you're trying to tell me that Bryan Kohberger was going to park right in front of the fucking house and get out of the car so that he could be seen on all those cameras? Please tell me you fucking aren't going to try to sell me on that shit, because that's what you're trying to sell me on. That he tried to unsuccessfully park and realized that he couldn't fit where he was. So now he's going to go off and hide behind where you would have went from the beginning. You would have just went from well, nobody would. I mean, I would never do it this way. Woo! But whatever. I'm going to take my car. Get the fuck out of here. I'm going to take my phone. I'm going to turn on, turn off. What are the odds that a guy in a hoodie would be walking down the street with them, talking to them, and then get to the fucking grub truck, not be talking with them at all? Those girls dog him, right? Don't even talk to him. He flips up his hood, changes his hat around to flip up the hood again. And what it looked like, what it would seem like is but yet they were all just talking, right? But then as soon as they get to the grub truck, it's like they act like they don't even know each other. Isn't that weird? Think about that. And then he doesn't order any food. So let me ask you this. He says, hey, girls, he just happens to overhear them say that they're going to go get food at the grub truck, right? And he's like, oh, well, I'm parked down that way. I'll just walk you down that way. I'll walk you down that way. Okay? Because I'm parked over there, right? So if you're just, when you would have parked over there, or when you would have walked down there and you got them there safely, right? Why are you continuing to stick around? Well, because I was just going to give him a ride home. Was that the plan? Did they tell you that? Did they say, because they're not even standing next to you. You're not even standing next to them as they're waiting for their food. You just were talking to them, and now you have to act like you guys don't even fucking know each other. Why? Is it because it was on camera? Is it because that was on camera and they said, hey, remember, that's just on camera. Don't be standing around, because I don't want so-and-so to get jealous. Because that's what I could see. But then that's inconsistent with the girls not leaving with you. It would be consistent if then when they walked, then you kind of just walked off, and then y'all, walked off in the way. So, But who would have ever thought that it would be the perfect kind of storm to, and then you got everything that's going on at Sigma Chi, which we haven't even touched. But that's what I'm trying to say. You have all these different things going on. And then here, a guy that doesn't know them from Adam. You got Kaylee having issues with her boyfriend. Kaylee's blowing up her ex-boyfriend. Kaylee's going to move. Kaylee just moved out. All these things are going on. And then in waltzes, you think Bryan Kohberger, who doesn't know them, who knows that they're all in their rooms at 4, makes a bunch of passes around. I mean, that's got to be one of, like, how stupid can you be if, in fact, it's Bryan Kohberger when you are a cloud-based forensic person and you are very well in touch with, if you did stalk them, like everybody says, like the 1980s, where he decided to sit out and eat his, hush puppies and slop his car up with greasy food. Look at his car. It's immaculate. That he would just sit out and stalk them like that at their residence. Well, then you would know that you would know that 6 people live there if you were stalking them like that. You would, like I said, I just can't wait for these answers, because with whatever the answer comes, it's like, if you know this case inside and out, and that's what you're supposed to do with your cases, if you know them inside and out, you know what the right answer is, right? It's when they say something that's not what they're supposed to be saying there, that's when you lay it down and say, boom, kind of like what I'm about to show in the last hour and a half here, when the trial that I had lasted me 3 days. And the reason I called in my case, normally you go first to tell them your story. But I actually called her to the stand, and I did that for a reason, because I knew that she wasn't planning on testifying. So it was also I went through her evidence and I knew that it was flawed, but that stuff doesn't get to come into play unless she introduces it. So I knew if I called her first, then she'd fall into my trap of then taking the stand to have her own direct examination, which then gave me another pop at her. So then I got to cross her up again. So I played her as her own rebuttal. And I think that Ann Taylor's is she's playing chess. She's not playing checkers. I don't see that. I would tell you guys if I thought that. I think that Ann Taylor was on it. She knew about the IGG. How do you think she pulled out all those affidavits and had all these people ready to testify? Do you understand that they did all that illegally? All of that, in my opinion, is going to be suppressed. She'll be right. Oh, she fell right into that trap. It was glorious. It was the glory hole. So, hey, Patty, what's up? Anyways, you guys rock. And so let's see. So I'm going to play that last hour and a half to show you how it closes out. And I'm still waiting on a verdict, so. Bedbound bitches, suit up. Too legit to quit. Hey. I got a huge surprise for you guys. This coming weekend and next week. Lana, you are consistent in your thinking, absolutely brilliant with your work. Back in earlier episodes, you kept with narrative. Yeah. I haven't altered. And as soon as you show me something, then give me the information. I'm not going to disregard it. Like what has come out that is, oh shit, look at that. Oh shit. Like, no, all I see is the state trying to suppress their case. You want to fuck me? You're going to have to pull my hair. Okay. You're going to give me what you think you have on me. This isn't a, like, I get to face my accusers. I get to face what lab said they did what and what genealogist said they did what and all of those things. I get to face that, you know? So with that said, here we go. Let's see. Too legit to quit. Hey, hey. Mm. Mm, mm, mm. Let's see. Mm-mm. Hold on one second. I forget which one. Oh, there it is. Yeah, this one. Mm-mm.
Your excuse, Miss Calderon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rose, can you bring up the progesterone?
Nation, you claim that you should.
I believe I said.
All right, we are back on the record. Where we left off, Ms. Royani, I think you were finishing up your cross-examination of Ms. Calderon, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, you can continue. And you know what? I'll just go ahead and place you back under oath. If you can raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer to under God or under penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Royani, you can continue.
Okay. Ms. Calderon, during your direct examination, you claimed that Ms. Oriani was gaslighting the courts. Isn't that correct?
I believe I said this is the biggest form of gaslighting I've ever experienced.
Ms. Calderon, during your direct examination, you claimed that Ms. Oriani would talk fast with a malicious purpose to confuse you, as well as the magistrate when going through her exhibits. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Ms. Calderon, during your direct examination, you claimed that Ms. Oriani provided no evidence to prove that you have contacted Ms. Oriani. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Ms. Calderon, during your direct examination, you claim that you should actually be the one that should have went and got a protection order against Ms. Oriani because you were actually her victim. Isn't that correct?
I stated that I said that my exhibits display what a petitioner's could. My exhibits display the harassment that petitioners would submit.
Ms. Calderon, during your direct examination, you claim that you can have friends and talk to whoever you want about whatever you want. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Calderon, during your direct examination, you claim that you are not responsible for what other people do. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Calderon, during your direct examination, you claim that you do not remember the sex panel because you never watched it ever after the fact. Isn't that correct?
I didn't say I didn't remember it. I said I couldn't recall specific things.
But you had never watched it. Is that correct?
No, I have not watched the sex panel in its entirety.
In its entirety? Okay. Ms. Calderon, during your direct examination, you claim that you do not talk about Ms. Oriani on your YouTube channel or anywhere else. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
Ms. Calderon, during your direct examination, you claimed that you do not watch Ms. Oriani's YouTube channel, Truth and Transparency. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
Ms. Calderon, during your direct examination, you claim that you receive emails for notifications because Ms. Oriani tags your channel with the @ symbol. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And during your direct examination, you claim that you have Ms. Oriani blocked on YouTube, and you still receive notifications through emails due to YouTube sending those. Isn't that correct?
No.
Do you not have Ms. Oriani blocked?
I never said I had you blocked on YouTube.
Okay. Do you say that you receive the emails though from YouTube?
You get notified two ways. Anytime you are mentioned or commented under videos, you get notified both in YouTube and your Gmail.
And there's no way to get around that. That's what you testify to?
Not that I'm aware of.
Ms. Calderon, during your direct examination, you claim that you had no idea James Rosakis wrote Magistrate Griffin at 12:56 a.m. Isn't that correct? On December 6th?
That is correct.
And during your direct examination, you told the magistrate that James Rosaka is one of your friends. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
Ms. Calderon, during your direct examination, Magistrate Griffin actually asked you some questions herself. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And one of those questions was about James Angelo Rosakis emailing her. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And you stated that you, in fact, did talk to James after court on Tuesday of last week. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
But you denied asking him to write the harassing, annoying, intimidating email to Magistrate Griffin. Isn't that correct?
Objection.
Okay, don't label the email.
Okay.
anything, Just ask her.
But you denied asking him to write the email.
That is correct.
And you denied even knowing that James wrote the magistrate that email until Friday morning when you came in here and saw it in your inbox from Marianne before the proceedings. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
So, Ms. Calderon, your friend James, didn't give you a heads up that he wrote the magistrate after he wrote her?
No, he did not.
Did you talk to James on Wednesday of last week?
Yes.
And he didn't mention it to you?
No.
And did you talk to James Thursday of last week?
Most likely. I'd have to go into my phone to check, but yes, I believe so.
And he didn't mention it on Thursday that he wrote the magistrate?
No, he did not.
Ms. Calderon, did you supply James with Magistrate Griffin's email address to write her?
No, I did not.
And Ms. Calderon, your friend James never communicated in any way to you prior to court on Friday that he wrote the magistrate, right?
100% no.
Okay. Ms. Calderon, during your direct examination, you played snippets of screen-recorded live broadcasts of Ms. Oriani from your list of respondent exhibits. Isn't that correct?
I played partial clips of one of the videos, correct?
And while playing those snippets, Ms. Calderon, you began to cry. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Calderon, during your direct examination while you're crying, you stated that this could severely impact your life with your minor child should you be given a restraining order, and then listed off examples. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
Ms. Calderon, during your cross-examination, this would have been by Ms. Oriani on Tuesday when she first called you as a witness. Isn't it true that Ms. Oriani asked you, as did Magistrate Griffin, as to why you added James Rasakis to the group chat that you had with Andrea Powers and Aunt Lala?
Yes.
And isn't it true that you stated it was because Ms. Oriani had put the messages out on her YouTube channel community post before, and that was, you added him to the chat after Ms. Oriani had put out the messages publicly on her community post?
That same morning, you had already obtained the group chat messages and started putting them out on your community tab.
And that was your reasoning for adding him to the group chat, isn't that correct?
I said that I had added him into the group chat because you were cherry picking messages and pushing a narrative.
But it was that I did that first, isn't that correct? Isn't that what the reasoning was?
Yeah, you did it first. You
Okay.
put the, yes.
Okay. So, and so then you do recall during your direct examination then on Friday, during your testimony on Friday, when you then introduced your respondent exhibit K to show proof to the magistrate that Ms. Oriani put out the chat messages. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So then can we all turn to respondent exhibit K to make sure that this is in fact the exhibit that you used to show Magistrate Griffin last Friday? Once you get to exhibit K, can you let me know, Ms. Calderon?
Sure, 1 second. Exhibit K?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you sure that's the correct exhibit?
Again, I'm asking us all to turn to exhibit K to make sure that this is in fact the exhibit that you used to show Magistrate Griffin last Friday, because it said behind the scenes. Now tell me again how you're not involved, MJ. Okay.
Respondent's exhibit K?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
No, that's not the same.
Okay, so can you tell us what exhibit you used to show that that the petitioner had put out the messages first?
As you can see, that's dated and time stamped too. That's March 31st. Later on, that's after I dropped James into the group chat. That's at 6:02. After I dropped James into the group chat, then you made multiple other postings, and that's not the same title that you made. Originally, you did the little gift box, and I think the poop emoji, the one that I shared the screen and showed, and that was earlier in the morning.
Okay, so let's go ahead and back on up then. Ms. Calderon, let's go ahead and go with respondent exhibit E. Do you see the, let me begin with this. Ms. Calderon, before I continue, you supplied the courts with respondent exhibits, isn't that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Ms. Calderon, isn't it true you were aware prior to submitting any exhibits that you were in fact not required to submit any exhibits? Like, as the respondent, you don't need to submit anything.
I'm not super familiar at all with the court process, honestly, no.
Okay. Well, you were aware that the burden was on Ms. Oriani to prove her case in chief. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so it was your choice to submit these respondent exhibits. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so there was a purpose, isn't that correct, Ms. Calderon, for submitting these exhibits?
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that the purpose was to provide supporting evidence for what you would then go ahead and testify to in court when you took the stand?
It was to provide potential evidence for whatever may come out in court and I may need to reference to.
Okay. And isn't it true that all of your exhibits A through ET are either screen recordings of Miss Oriani's YouTube channel or screenshots of Miss Oriani's YouTube community page, with the exception of exhibit A and B, which appear to be screenshots of our private DMs? Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And now, are all of those screenshots your personal screenshots? Did you take those?
No, they're not.
Okay. So did other people provide you with screenshots?
Yes.
Okay. And now, out of the screen recordings, were those your personal screen recordings, the videos that you showed?
Which screen recordings?
Well, you have screenshots, and like the video that you showed, that wasn't the actual video. That was a screen recording of the video.
No, it was a downloaded. It was
downloaded.
downloaded.
Okay, thank you. And then was that your download?
Some were, some weren't.
Okay, perfect. So other people, when you prepared your exhibits, did you have any help preparing your exhibits?
Yes.
Okay. Did James Andrew Rasakis help you prepare for your hearing?
He supplied me with some downloaded copies of the lives.
Okay. Did anyone that Mr. Oriani has filed litigation against help you prepare for this hearing besides James Andrew Rasakis?
No.
So he was the only person that helped you prepare for this?
He did not help me prepare. He provided me with downloaded copies of lives.
Okay. So
that you've deleted.
Okay. So I'm just trying to understand. So everything to do with your providing the exhibits and putting them together for this hearing, you did that all yourself, isn't that correct?
Can you say it again?
You put all your own exhibits together after they gave you the material mixed with your material. You then put your own.
They. Who's they?
You said that you had help.
Calculation.
You said you had help with your exhibits. They provided you with
not
material.
All of them are mine.
They're all yours?
I said not all of them are mine. You asked if all the screenshots are mine. I said not all of them.
Okay, perfect. So prior to you submitting your exhibits, you asked the courts for an extension, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that extension was granted on September 22nd, 2023. Isn't that correct?
September?
Yeah, on September 22nd, Magistrate Griffin stamped the paper and awarded you with extended time to September 22nd, 2023. Clerk of Courts extended you time till October 2nd, 2023 at 5 p.m. Do you recall that?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay. And do you recall why you asked for this extension?
Because you had gotten an extension and then supplied an overwhelming amount of you submitted an overwhelming amount of information that was not labeled whatsoever, and it took me a while to go through.
Okay, so do you recall saying then petitioner has submitted 164 pages, therefore I will need additional time to adequately go through all of this material and then determine from there what I may need to submit as on my end?
Correct.
Okay, so then isn't it true that you did admit to the courts that Ms. Oriani did in fact submit voluminous material, evidence in black and white to the courts to prove her claims against you?
I never said relevant.
Ms. Calderon, isn't it true that your respondent exhibits labeled A through ET, again, are all screenshots, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And isn't it true that not one screenshot is after the September 22nd, 2023 extension date?
Wait, say that question again?
Yeah, I will.
None of your screenshots are dated after September 22nd, 2023. So therefore, you already had all of these screenshots, correct?
No, I pulled up now screenshots that you now wouldn't have, but I pulled up from last time. But I'm confused. What your question?
I'm just asking if all the material that you submitted, if you go through all the material, none of the screenshots were after the date of September 22nd, 2023, which means they would have been taken prior to that date. Is that correct?
None of the screenshots are of when you made them, or the screenshot dates are not of that.
Okay, let's go ahead and look at Respondent Exhibit E. I'll show you what I mean. Respondent Exhibit E, the screenshot is the date of March 31st at 1:49 p.m. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Okay, but you can then look under Truth and Transparency, and it says 1 hour ago. So that was posted an hour before you took the screenshot. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so for judicial economy, the reason I was asking is if you prepared all of these, I wouldn't have to ask the question is this yours or is this somebody else's? Mm-hmm. So you said that some are yours and some aren't. So
judicial economy.
I'll just have to ask you when I'm pointing out the exhibit. That's the reason I was trying for judicial economy, just to see if they're all yours or what. But so you provided screenshot exhibit Respondent E, March 31st at 1:49 p.m. Is this your screenshot?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, if you can go ahead and take a look at that page, and do you see where it says Melissa Jade, comma?
Yeah, would I be able to go and get my glasses real quick?
Certainly.
Thank you.
First at the top, 1:49 p.m.
All right.
Okay.
So can you?
Yes, like an incident. Also, just something to ask you there. Underneath the March 31st and 1:49 p.m., you see how it says community and it's highlighted, like it's got like it's like more white than the other ones.
I'm sorry. Wait, can you say the question one more time?
Yeah. Underneath March 31st at the top, 1:49 p.m., do you see how it shows like it has the option to be on the live page, playlist, community channels, and then the about section?
Yeah.
So that just shows that you are physically on the community page. That's where you're pulling this information. Isn't that correct? Just so that I can explain that to the magistrate. Is that correct?
The community tab. Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Okay.
Yes, sorry.
So that's the tab. So this is from Ms. Oriani's Truth and Transparency Community tab. Isn't that correct? And that's what that signifies when it's highlighted like that, and the other ones are like lighter. Okay. Miss Jade, it says, Miss Jade, a YouTube channel owner this morning, March 31st, 2023, just gave access to James Angelo, ex-business manager of defunct YouTube channel Unmasked, a group chat that was used to menace in my life, most importantly, the life of my minor child, which James Angelo continues to do to this day. This group chat was a three-way group chat message that featured Melissa Jade, Andrea Powers, Aunt Lala. From January 2022 until present day, in this chat, you can see the active participation of Melissa Jade, a chat that has been turned over for evidence months ago. In this chat, they were taking quote unquote real life measures collectively after discussing their plotting and planning to menace, stalk, harass, and interfere in my life. In this chat, it is proof that these three were, and if you go to the next page is continuation on Respondents Exhibit F. And this is just because you're being thorough with taking all the screenshots. Isn't that correct? To show then on Respondent Exhibit F, it's the same post, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And it says this three-way doing things for and with Vanessa Walsh and James Angelo Unmasked. This is a guy that has been terrorizing women on this platform for years, and here is how. It is the continued actions of weak women, such as Melissa Jade, who I started litigation against, who just added this menacing midget, James Angelo, with the ability to now access a chat where he can now communicate and threaten one of my witnesses for multiple upcoming cases. Miss Jade, at that time, Miss Oriani, myself, was in a civil suit suing Vanessa Walsh and James
Objection
Angelo
relevant.
in Unmasked. Is that correct?
Overruled, you can answer if you know.
What's the, can you
She
ask the
wants to
question one more
know
time?
if at the time of this posting, was Ms. Oriani, did she have a civil suit pending against Vanessa Walsh? Who else?
James Angelo and Unmasked.
For what?
Well, were you aware of that, is what she's asking.
It was
no, I wouldn't.
Oriani versus et al.
I'm not sure if I was aware of that at this time.
Okay. And now with the ability to now access the chat where he can now communicate and threaten one of my witnesses for multiple upcoming cases. And then it says, rest up, see you all in court. And is your name hashtagged is your name with the @ symbol anywhere in there?
Not in this post, no.
Okay. And then if you go to respond exhibit G, it's just the continuance to show the one of two pictures, because there was 2 pictures posted. Isn't that correct?
Yes, I make sure to include the full context.
Okay. And so this exhibit or this post was made at 12:49 p.m. Okay.
Central Standard Time.
Yes. So that would be 11:49 p.m. a.m.
That would be 12:49 Eastern.
No.
Yeah. This is your screenshot shows that this was posted 1 hour before it. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And now that's a picture of me showing that you added James Angelo as an admin. Isn't that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then the last page of this exhibit, well, exhibit H is page 2 of the pictures that I posted. Isn't that correct?
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Respond to exhibit H. Now, this is the second picture of the post. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this is a picture. What is this a picture of?
It's a screenshot of the group chat.
Of when you added, Melissa Jade added a participant. There's James, LOL. Melissa Jade added James Angelo as a group admin. I run this bitch now. Hello, Andrea. And then Melissa Jade left the group. Is that correct?
That would have been the very most recent active part of the chat, right at the end of the chat.
Yes, but this is, so this was posted at 12:49 p.m. Is that correct? Okay.
Eastern, correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So then go ahead and return, or if you go to respondent exhibit I, is there a reason that's respondent exhibit I that you put in this exhibit where you did that has August 19th at 1:06 p.m.? Is there a reason that this is here? You said you put your exhibits together. I'm curious, is there a reason that respondent exhibit I is where it's at in terms of the material on the exhibit?
You mean where it's at
In the order
it's at?
Yes. Is there
No.
a reason that you chose to put this here?
No.
Okay. So then go ahead and turn to respondent exhibit J. Respondent exhibit J, is that your screenshot?
No.
That's not your screenshot?
No.
Who provided you that screenshot?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
Wolfie.
I'm sorry?
Wolfie.
Wolfie, can you give me, is that Christina Baker?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So now, if you can see, it says March 31st at 6:02 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it says, though, 2 hours ago, so it would have been at 4:02 p.m. Isn't that correct?
CST. So it would have been 3:02 Eastern.
Well, we're ahead. Either way, just for purposes of it, let's just go with at 6:02. You took the screen, or they took the screenshot at 6:02, but it was me physically. I made it 2 hours before they took that screenshot, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Christina Baker, aka Wolfie, as her screen name is she one of your channel moderators?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
Yes.
Now, personal jurisdiction over all of you. Rest up. See you all in court. You all kept calling it a conspiracy. I'm just proving you all right. Oriani verse et al. Docket has been updated to go get these documents. You see that?
I do.
Okay. And there's one of 5. So the next 5, this page, which is Respondent Exhibit J.
That's the criminal,
Then
or
we
that's
have
the civil
Respondent
suit
Exhibit
that she said
K,
doesn't know exists.
L, M, and N. Okay. This is, in fact, the first time that Miss Oriani, after she showed that you had already been added to that group, or that you had already added James Angelo to that group chat, that Miss Oriani then shows what was uploaded to the docket, which is, I don't know if you're familiar with this. If you are, when you upload exhibits to the docket, you have the ability as a citizen to go on the website, go to the case file, and then actually physically see whatever's being, like a motion goes in. Are you aware of that?
Not familiar with that, no.
Okay. Well, at 6:02 is when Miss Oriani, for the first time ever, made posts that have this chat. So, Miss Caldrone, isn't it true that it was in fact you that brought your own exhibits in here, told the tribunal, the magistrate, that the reason you put James Angelo in a group chat was because Miss Oriani posted those to the internet, which was exhibit J through J, K, L, M, and N, which clearly were posted 4 hours afterwards. Isn't that correct?
No, I showed it on Friday.
Isn't it? Isn't it true, Miss Jade, that all these screenshots are either in minutes or in a few hours of when Miss Oriani posts them?
Yes.
And just a couple minutes ago, you said that this is what it should look like for a petitioner. Your exhibits and what you provided is what it should look like for a petitioner when they are seeking out a protection order. We're going to go through these, Miss Caldrone, because what it looks like here, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that you are monitoring with your community and taking screenshots in real time, monitoring my every movement online, where you say that you don't watch me. Isn't that correct?
When you make a post about people publicly, people are going to contact you and let you know, and you're absolutely going to screenshot that to document it, not monitor you.
Miss Caldrone, can you turn to your exhibit ES?
Hold on 1 second.
Are you there?
Sorry, hold on. I was writing a note. Okay.
Okay, at the
Sorry.
bottom of ES, if you no longer wish to receive emails about comments and replies.
Trying to get there.
Oh, I'm sorry, in here.
Oh, okay. So this is in the second one. Okay, hold on.
ES.
So yeah, hold on. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Yes, I'm here.
At the bottom there, it says, if you no longer wish to receive emails about comments and replies, you can unsubscribe.
About the comments, correct.
In the comment section, when you use the @ symbol, like that you say, is this say that you can unsubscribe so that you are not receiving notifications?
You can't within the app. That tagging is separate from comments.
Did you say that you, in your direct and now recross or whatever we're on, didn't you just say that you receive an email?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it true if you no longer wish to receive emails about comments and replies, you can unsubscribe?
From comments, correct. Just separate.
Miss
from
Calderon,
tagging.
let's go back here to your exhibits here. Now, I'm going to ask you a question again. What was the reasoning that you put Mr. Rasakis in the group chat? Because it was not because Miss Oriani put out anything first, as your own respondent exhibit shows.
Objection asked and answered, and I also showed the exhibit, which shows Miss Oriani did on Friday.
Okay,
I've answered this multiple times.
I'm going to overrule and sustain in part because she's disagreeing with your characterization that you've proven the timeline. She has a different timeline of events. I'm the trier of fact, okay? She said that she showed something on Friday that showed that you did it first. You're saying that you went through everything to show that's not true. End of story. She's not going to admit your version of the timeline. Okay.
Absolutely.
So don't phrase it that way.
Okay.
That's what's tripping her up. But you can, and then the asked and answered, I agree. It's already been asked, but because she went through this again, she wants to now re-ask because she believes that she's proven that her timeline, meaning Ms. Oriana's timeline, is correct. So she's asking you now, in light of what she just showed, she's asking you again, what is the reason that you added James Rasakis to that chat?
My answer stays the same.
Okay. Isn't it true, Miss Jade, that in fact it is you that tried to manipulate the courts and gaslight the courts by mischaracterizing the order and putting Exhibit I in between those two exhibits to go back to back to confuse the magistrate and myself?
No.
Okay. Now, Ms. Calderon, you said that the purpose of your exhibits were to show or support your claims that you would be testifying to in some way.
Not knowing what you were going to bring up and needing to have everything on the spot to possibly.
Okay. So, and in E and H, I'm sorry. So let's go to Respondent Exhibit O. Is this your screenshot?
Hold on one second. Oh.
Oh.
Okay, I'm here. What's the question?
Question is O your is O your screenshot?
No.
Okay, whose is it?
Christina Baker's.
Christina Baker's?
Fucking psycho.
And do you see how it says 19 minutes ago?
What a fucking loser.
And that July 22nd at 4:18, 19 minutes ago. And Miss Jade, are you tagged in this?
Tagged her.
Miss Jade, notified. Are you tagged in this post on Respondent Exhibit O? Are you tagged in this post?
I'm not, but she is.
Next question. Ms. Caldron, can you please turn to respondent exhibit S?
Okay, I'm here.
Respondent exhibit S, what's the date?
March 31st.
At 6 p.m., isn't that correct?
CST.
So this is another March 31st post, isn't that correct?
Oh, yes, you made multiple posts on March 31st.
Yes. Are you aware that on March 31st, I made 5 to 6 posts? Are you aware of that?
I don't know the exact number, but I don't disagree.
Are you aware as a creator, we have a portal that says YouTube Studio, and we can go in there and I can pull up every single post, every single video I ever made, and it will tell me exactly what time a post was made and what time a video was made, and it will tell us the exact order that I put any and everything out online.
When you delete them?
Oh, I have no posts that were deleted on March 31st. I'm asking a question, which is, are you aware of the YouTube Studio portal as a creator? Okay. So on response exhibit S.
Please, I did not answer the question.
Oh,
yes, I'm aware of YouTube Studio.
Okay. And now respondent exhibit S, is this your screenshot?
No.
So March 31st, 6 p.m. now. It says, well, actually, can you tell me how this exhibit helps the allegations that Miss Oriani has come here with? How does exhibit S, which gets continued on exhibit T, I believe here, how does this exhibit help debunk, as you like to say, Miss Oriani's allegations against you? Can you look through that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
So you are the one who brought in the allegation of me dropping James Rusakis into the group chat with the intentions of third-party harassment. And so I wanted to make sure to include the full context of what happened that day. Every event, every post that transpired on March 31st, I wanted to include.
So through your exhibits here that we have in front of us, you've proven with your exhibits, have you not, that Miss Oriani showed the screenshots of you putting James Angelo Rusakis in the group chat first. Is that correct? Are you familiar with chronological order, Ms. Caldron?
Yes.
Okay. Now, respondent exhibit S is on March 31st, and it says 1 hour ago, please help me by doing your part as a subscriber, moderator, and channel creator to not participate in behavior that encourages the monitoring of others, inciting hate, promoting menacing behavior towards anyone. Refrain from, it should have said ganging up, it said hanging up, it was a typo, on others. Consider being an adult and blocking people you do not care for in a live chat versus spewing hate and other behavior that would be seen consistent with adulting bullying. I will always encourage people that choose to be part of my channel to choose kindness, and when you can't choose silence, to choose kindness, and when you can't choose silence. We as channel creators have a duty to do our part to keep healthy environments. If we all focus on ourselves, then everyone wins. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now you said this was not your exhibit. Now, underneath there, it looks like it's about to begin.
Exhibit, it's not my screenshot.
Okay. Respondent exhibit T, if you turn to the next exhibit. Vanessa Walsh supplying Aunt Lala with content to captivate an audience to listen to the perjury of Vanessa Walsh of Unmasked, which granted her a false PPO. And again, 6:01 p.m. after you added James Angelo to the chat was this put out there. Isn't it true, Ms. Caldron, that James Angelo wanted into the chat because he saw and got notifications from the Franklin County that said that there was uploaded documents to the portal?
No.
And that he saw what the exhibits in fact were, and that they consisted of this material, saw your name, and wanted into the chat to come after Miss Oriani?
No.
So, Miss Keldrone, is your name tagged in that post on Respondents Exhibit S?
No. Wait, S or T?
Well,
It's-
S
well,
and
it's the
T is the
same
same one.
Is it tagged? No, it's not tagged.
Okay. Miss Keldrone, go to Exhibit Respondent U.
Mm-hmm.
Is that your screenshot?
No, it's not.
All you web sleuths that think you can find anything and everything on someone's social media accounts, then maybe you can explain to me why MJ would take a screenshot of this call while it is in session with Natasha and Allie instead of just attending it. Are you tagged in that post?
No, I'm not tagged in this post.
So this isn't your screenshot and you weren't tagged, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Respondent Exhibit V. It says 1 minute ago, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So within a minute of me making this post, you got a screenshot of this, or was it somebody else's?
This one was probably mine because I'm tagged.
Okay,
and
perfect.
I got notified.
So since Melissa commented and responded to my last community post, can you respond to this? May 25th, 2021, 8:25 p.m. Sex panel not until May 27th, 2021 at Melissa Jade, which is a screenshot of your and Larry's conversation May 25th, where you are calling me a snake. Isn't that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Within a minute, you got a screenshot of that, correct?
Get a notification, yes.
Okay. Okay. Now, Respondent Exhibit W. Is this your screenshot?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you see how it says that Lana is live in 2 hours? Like she hasn't even gone live yet. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
So you are taking a screenshot prior to this even going out. It's a upcoming live.
That's my face on that thumbnail.
Okay. So I mean, that's not the question.
That's my face.
The question
you
is,
don't think people are going to not notify me?
We're going to get to notifications here in a second. This screenshot was taken 2 hours before this was set to even go live. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And the question is there is no picture or there's no timestamp like the other ones. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, not all of them have timestamps. Yeah, I did.
Well,
my
when you
best.
take a screenshot, it actually, in fact, does show you that. Isn't that correct? Okay. Now, if you actually read through this.
Your Honor, can she give me a chance to answer? Because sometimes it takes a second.
Go ahead, you can answer.
Don't just bulldoze through and not give me a chance to answer and act as if that's my answer. What was your question? I'm not intentionally omitting. All of these screenshots are either Wolfie, Christina Baker's, or myself. Majority of the ones with the timestamps are Christina Baker's. If it doesn't have a timestamp, it's probably mine. And if it doesn't have the timestamp, that's probably because it wasn't taken at the original time that it was screenshotted. And I was not going to include a time and date that wasn't when it was originally screenshotted.
Actually, Miss Jade, so you're saying, you know how it says right here, live in 2 hours? Okay.
Right.
That means the screenshot was taken 2 hours before the live. Isn't that correct?
But if my screenshot wasn't the original time that I took the screenshot, then it won't include the original time and date of the screenshot.
Well, Miss Jade, I can't help it that you would not see the wisdom in taking a screenshot that was actually yours and showing when, in fact, you did take it.
No, you're saying, hey, submit a false time and date to the court. I'm not.
No, I asked if this was your screenshot, and what's the answer to your question? Was this your screenshot, Miss Jade?
I'm not sure if this specific one is or not.
Now, Miss Jade, how does this Respondent Exhibit W? You had seen Miss Oriani's exhibits, needed an extension.
Okay, I want to speak on this. When you take, if I take a picture of something that says, Lana's live in 2 hours, and on top of where I took the screenshot, it says, I took the screenshot at 10:30, a.m. That would mean I'm going live at 12:30, okay? Because it has all that information on it. But more importantly, every time you take a screenshot, there is metadata behind it. Like, meaning that you could like flick up and then take a screenshot of your metadata of that screenshot. We know all about that. But this clearly is showing there is just a live scheduled in 2 hours, and you got a screenshot of that. That would mean that you took the screenshot 2 hours before the time of the live that it says it's fucking going to start. How hard is that to understand? You don't even need metadata with that. I mean, I'll just keep praying for people.
And this is what you chose to submit to support whenever you would go ahead and be testifying. The question is how does respondent exhibit W help you to debunk Miss Oriani's allegations against you?
Objection, relevance.
Overrule.
Relevance.
Repeat the question.
She's basically saying her documents aren't relevant.
Support your defenses.
I'm not a lawyer. To be fair, I don't know exactly how this process goes. So
Exhibit.
This is Tina with What the Fuck Translation Services. This woman has a true crime channel.
Objection, relevance.
Okay. This is the
Needed
question.
an extension, and this is what you screenshot, Miss Jade.
I'm not sure if this
Okay,
specific
that's
one
it.
is or not.
Now, Miss Jade, how does this respondent exhibit W? You had seen Miss Oriani's exhibits, needed an extension, and this is what you chose to submit to support whenever you would go ahead and be testifying. The question is how does respondent exhibit W help you to debunk Miss Oriani's allegations against you?
Objection, relevance.
Overrule.
She just asked by saying objection relevance. She's just stating there that she believes that her exhibit isn't relevant. That's what you just heard there. Objection relevance. What is the relevance of me asking you what the relevance of your material is? How is that not relevant? You're the one that submitted this material. I'm asking, okay, how does this help you said that the exhibits that you came in with and how everything that you have is what a petitioner, it should look like when they go and try to get a PPO. Okay, so how is this exhibit help that? Objection relevance. Well, it's your exhibit. I hope it's not relevant. So you're basically saying that your exhibit isn't relevant. Thanks. I mean, I just don't have any words.
Repeat the question.
She's asking how would this exhibit support your defenses?
I'm not a lawyer. To be fair, I don't know exactly how this process goes. So I included everything that I had, and I was not going to rely on just what you submitted. I am familiar with you. This goes. So
this exhibit support your defenses?
I'm not a lawyer. To be fair, I don't know exactly how this process goes. So I included everything that I had.
It has nothing to do with being a lawyer. The question is what you just submitted here, okay? What is this and how does it support whatever it is that you're testifying to? It has nothing to do with a lawyer. This has to do with when you ask your kid a question is, why did they
I don't know, go outside and play in the mud and get all fucking muddy. How, oh my God, why are you all muddy? We're going to church. Where did you get all this mud on you? And then the kid says, I was outside playing and I slipped and fell. This is right where I fell. That's support. So they take you outside and they show you the muddy puddle that they slipped in and why they're all muddy. I didn't realize that my kid is a lawyer, that because he can explain why he has something on his clothes. And in this situation, why you put these it's just so hard. It's so hard. Like, my brain just doesn't.
And I was not going to rely on just what you submitted. I am familiar with you, and I was right. You were going to mention anything on the fly, and I just wanted to have everything submitted and included just in case I needed something.
Okay, you said that you needed adequate time to go through it, and you saying that you're not a lawyer. And the reason I asked, did you put these exhibits together, okay, is because during your Tuesday testimony and Friday testimony, you weren't willing to talk and say anybody who gave you anything. Now you were willing to talk and say who gave you things, such as co-conspirators who are monitoring.
Objection, speculation, co-conspirator, argument.
She answered the question.
Listen, quit throwing in things like co-conspirators, little asides. It doesn't work on me, first of all. Just stick to the facts, okay?
That's a fact. People that are
so, and then all the way, once that exhibit starts, it's screenshotted until it gets all the way to the end. Right? Okay. Now, during your direct examination, you said that I had threatened and blackmailed you.
Are you asking her?
Yeah. Did you tell Vanessa Walsh that I blackmailed you at the beginning of June of 2021?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
I don't recall.
Oh, liar!
Okay. Do you recall a woman by the name of Lynn Fox, Trauma and True Crime?
AKA Checkmate Humanity. Here you go.
Okay. And go to. Do you recall, would it surprise you that Vanessa Walsh would write text messages and private DMs to Lynn from Trauma and True Crime that on June, between May 31st.
Hold on. What's your objection?
Hearsay. She's talking about communication between two other people.
Every exhibit you submitted is hearsay.
I'm asking you if you're aware of the communication. She's not offering it for the truth of the communication. It's overruled. Go ahead.
Overruled.
So I asked you, did you tell Vanessa Walsh that I blackmailed you at the beginning of June of 2021? You said that you couldn't recall. So then I asked, do you know the channel creator, Trauma and True Crime, Lynn Fox?
Well, okay. You didn't ask her that. Do you know that?
I said yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And so are you aware that on
that is called Checkmate Humanity, who is obsessed, Kohberger pimpin' style. She makes me never want to eat mashed potatoes again. She's ruined it for me, and I love mashed potatoes.
July 28th, 2021, that Trauma and True Crime Lynn put out all of her messages between her, Lynn Fox, and Vanessa, and Lynn Fox and James Angelo, Father Shuffles. Are you aware of this live?
Relevance.
She's asking, are you aware of it? She's just asking if you're
No.
aware of it.
I'm not that I can recall.
This
No.
was just 8 days. Then you would call me and text me and ask me to speak to Vanessa on August 6th, 2021, that she needed my help. So this is just 8 days prior to that. Lynn Fox puts out this video scrolling through all of your guys's, or all of Vanessa's messages and all of Stuffle's messages that they had 1v1. Are you aware of this live broadcast?
What year was this?
July
She's such a
28th,
fucking liar.
2021.
She is the biggest fucking liar. She knows exactly what it is. She reached
I
out
don't
to me.
recall.
Oh, you fucking liar.
I'm going to
man.
play you a clip and tell me if you recall this.
Here we go. Lynn, you wanted your minute, baby? I'm going to give you your minute. You wanted your minute?
No,
I got your
wait,
minute.
where is she playing it from? This has not been submitted into evidence.
That's not how
and
it works.
Well, she's
I
playing
d-
it now to refresh your memory.
No, but I have wait.
It's not being
This
used
should
as
have been
evidence,
submitted.
It's being used to refresh your memory.
No, but it should have been submitted ahead of time, and I
listen,
can
under the rules, if she can use something, I'm not admitting it as evidence. I'm letting her play it to see if you can now recall it. That's it.
understand, but
That's
how am I?
That's the rule.
Just play it, please. Overruled.
The StreamYard link so I can talk about Maya Miliete. Wednesday, April 14th, 8:39 p.m. Will you invite me to your Maya groups? And then she sends me two links to two groups. You are right here. Oh, I need to fill you in on Lana. She actually has issues with saying disgusting, sexual things to women. Or apparently already a member. If I can get Teresa's email address, I'll send you to the screens from our comment threads. Oh, that one. Unmasked address or tease? Oh, I need to fill you in on Lana. She apparently has issues with saying disgusting sexual things to women. I've heard that from multiple people recently.
That was dated April 14th, 2021, when she's reading through this, seeing this live broadcast.
April 14th.
No, I don't recall off the top of my head.
Do you
right after you
recall
reached out to me,
when
you
you
fucking
first emailed
slut.
Miss Oriani, and then it was April
Slutty.
12th, 2021, 2 days before this?
Boom, Lana. Fuck yeah, bitch. I just toe tagged yo ass right there.
That was dated April 14th, 2021, when she's reading through this. Do you recall seeing this live broadcast?
No, I don't recall off the top of my head.
Do you recall when you first emailed Miss Oriani, and then it was April 12th, 2021, 2 days before this?
Till the night closes in. Suck my fucking tits.
Do you recall your email to me?
I recall reaching out to you after going on Kia's panel with you.
And earlier during Lana's direct testimony and in her evidence that she submitted, she supplied, it's page 1 of Exhibit 1, and it's your email to Miss Oriani, and it's dated 2 days before this. Isn't that correct?
I don't know because I'm not familiar with that panel.
No. The email, you emailing me.
I don't know when that panel was, so I can't take your word for it. That's what I'm saying. I'm not
asking
seen this
when
evidence.
this
I can't
happened.
even verify it.
Because you're rolling into it was so many days before this panel. Since she's saying she cannot verify that you're correct about the panel, she can't. Just ask her what day she emailed.
What day did you email me, Miss Calderon?
The email that you submitted shows April 10th, 2021, Saturday.
Okay. And so that would be 4 days before.
I don't even know what you're playing.
She's not going to just take your word
Yeah,
for it
yeah.
because she doesn't recall.
No,
Okay.
I have to
that
continue
at
to play
all.
because then she
She's
says
not
it.
going to say, yes,
Listen.
this email came within a certain amount of days of that panel because she doesn't know when that panel was.
Here.
Okay.
Let me rephrase this. Melissa, Miss Calderon, you said if anybody talks about you, makes a screenshot about you, you go ahead and you take screenshots of that, right?
Yeah!
That's not exactly how I said that.
Fucking liar!
Okay.
You just said it!
if somebody is coming at you, is it your testimony that in May, June, and July and August of 2021 that you were not recording Lynn, screen recording Lynn, taking screenshots and putting stuff together because Lynn was coming at you?
Objection, relevance.
What is the relevance?
The relevance
this is
is
Lynn.
I'm
This is
about
who-
to play next.
This is Lynn. What do you mean it's
Lynn
relevant?
admitting what Melissa Jade, how she recanted the sex. The relevance is that if Melissa Jade is monitoring and taking all my screenshots because I allegedly am talking about her, the question is was she doing that if other people were? Because isn't that the whole point? You just said you messaged me or you added me, and that's why I was able to get that screenshot. So was it just that you did that with me? Or if other people were talking about you, would you also get a screenshot and a screen recording?
I don't even understand what you just said.
All right, I think
I
what she's
added
asking
you. What?
you is that because you've saved screenshots where Ms. Ryan has spoken about you, or other people have seen it and showed you,
course.
hey. She's
Yeah.
asking you, have you done that with other people who have made comments
She
or
just
used your name on their social media channels or platforms?
Is that what you're asking?
Oh my god.
Yes.
About Lynn?
Oh
Yes.
my god. Let's see how she's
If
gonna
back
just
in 2021 I ever what?
look
Would
at her.
you supply yourself and others with screen recordings of what Lynn was doing and saying?
No, not
Okay,
that I
let me
recall.
play something for you to see if this refreshes your memory.
Right here. This is interesting.
Section.
And this is me continuing.
Is
And
Lynn
apparently
real?
Melissa had a 2-hour convo with Lana. And now they're all good. Shrug. I'm out. Just kidding. But that's Lana's story. And until Melissa comes live, that will be the truth. And all this was for nothing. That's Lana's story. And until Melissa comes live, that.
Do you recall? So Lynn Fox is out here saying that me and you had a 2-hour conversation at the sex panel, and that me and you are all good because I put out the recorded call. And it is Lynn is, if you let me continue playing what Lynn says when they're texting back and forth to Vanessa.
Section here say. And I have not seen this prior. This has not been submitted. How am I supposed to build to my defense when I don't even know what she's playing
Hold on, I
from?
lost my.
Hold
There we go.
on. Do you, after hearing that snippet, do you recall hearing it at the
Not been-
Lynn is, if you let me and you had a 2-hour conversation after the sex call.
And all this was for nothing. They're all good. Shrug. I'm out. Just kidding. But that's Lana's story. And until Melissa comes live, that will be the truth. And all this was for nothing.
All what was for nothing?
It's Lana's story.
Don't
And
feel
until
that
Melissa
way?
comes live, that.
Do you recall? So Lynn Fox is out here saying that me and you had a 2-hour conversation after the sex panel, and that me and you are all good because I put out the recorded call. And it is Lynn is, if you let me continue playing what Lynn says when they're texting back and forth to Vanessa.
Section here say. And I have not seen this prior. This has not been submitted. How am I supposed to
Okay,
build to my
do
defense
you-
when I don't even know
hold
what she's
on.
playing from?
Hold on. Do you, after hearing that snippet, do you recall hearing it at the time? Or
Not
being-
at all. I have no idea what she's playing
She's
from right
saying-
now.
Oh my God.
It didn't refresh your memory. Move on.
Okay, so Miss J then, on the same day, or I'm sorry, on June 7th, you don't tell Vanessa Walsh that MJ showed me their correspondence and asked what I could do or what she should do, and basically that MJ is getting blackmailed by Lana. You don't recall writing Vanessa Walsh on June 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th saying that I am blackmailing you.
What year?
2020.
June 2021, beginning
I recall what?
May 31st
Oh my god.
until June 8th. Do you recall writing Vanessa Walsh saying that Miss Oriani is blackmailing you.
Do you have me and Vanessa Walsh's messages?
I'm asking if you wrote her and said this.
I don't recall.
You don't recall. Okay. So then would it surprise you? So then is Vanessa Walsh lying when she's writing Lynn Fox?
Objection, hearsay.
No, it's not.
She's
What
just asking you if you'd be surprised by something. Go ahead.
exactly, because I
Would
know
you
how
be
to ask the
surprised then
question.
to know that Vanessa Walsh is telling Lynn Fox, okay, because Lynn Fox is refusing to be in their Patreon. Isn't that correct? If you're there, she is a VIP member. Is she not of Unmasked?
You're all over the place. With the
I'm trying to
questions.
bring it in. Like,
No, I mean,
knows.
she's putting her head down.
He knows exactly what I'm asking.
I'm writing notes.
Well, okay. Can I ask a question? Are you ready yet?
But your question, started ask one question, you suddenly diverted to a totally
No,
different
I'm not.
question. That's the problem.
Let me rephrase this. Were you a VIP member of Unmasked?
I was not a VIP member of Unmasked.
Okay. Were you a paying member of Unmasked in June of 2021?
This is fucking amazing.
I believe I was in June of 2021 at that point, yes.
Hey,
Yes,
Allie
but
Erickson.
you want a VIP member,
gonna have
right?
Melissa's
VIPs
back?
pay at least $20
Perjury?
a month, right?
I don't know what they pay. I have never been a VIP member.
Okay. So as a business owner, Miss Jade, if somebody is a VIP member in your group, okay, would you try to keep them as a member? You wouldn't want to lose that money, isn't that correct?
Speculation.
Wait a second. This is
Okay.
I have never been a VIP. 2021 at that point, yes.
Yes, but you weren't a VIP member, right? VIPs pay at least $20 a month, right?
I don't know what they pay. I have never been a VIP member.
Okay. So as a business owner, Miss Jade, if somebody is a VIP member in your group, okay, would you try to keep them as a member? You wouldn't want to lose that money, isn't that correct?
Speculation.
I'm asking you as a business owner, Miss Jade,
Overruled.
would you want to keep a VIP member that pays at least $20 a month?
As a business owner,
It
wasn't it?
depends on the circumstances.
Okay. So you are aware, because you said it, right, that Lynn Fox wanted you to no longer be around because she wasn't going to be around in Unmasked if you were around. Isn't that correct?
Objection, hearsay.
I'm asking, to your knowledge, do you know this?
Overruled.
I've never spoken to Lynn about it. So
you
you're
don't
asking
know
me.
what she's talking about. If you don't know, just say you don't
It's-
know.
But I've never spoken directly, so it would be hearsay.
You're such a fucking liar.
So you did Vanessa Walsh personally tell you that Lynn was not going to be in her Patreon if you were there?
I remember there was mention about issues with Lynn. I remember there was issues Lynn had with me being in the Patreon back then, but I don't recall what the specifics were. It's been years. I don't recall what the exact specifics were.
The specifics are your liability.
I understand that some people have better memories than other people, Miss Jade. I understand that's
No, some people obsess and live in the past.
All right, let's move on. Ask a question.
Did you supply Vanessa Walsh with mine and your screen shots after the sex panel?
What screenshots?
Any of our any of our messages back and forth?
Not that I can recall.
So if Vanessa Walsh is writing and Lynn Fox is scrolling through the messages, there's no cherry picking. It's Vanessa's side is one side and Lynn's is the other. Would it surprise you to know that Vanessa says,
Objection, hearsay. You can't admit other
Would
people's
it
conversations.
You're using it to admit it. She's asking if you'd be surprised by this.
Would it surprise you that at the same time that you apologize to me, she is then telling another creator that Lana and Melissa aren't all good. Melissa's getting blackmailed. Lana's blackmailing the shit out of her. So why would Vanessa Walsh write this to Lynn? Is she lying?
Well, do you even have any knowledge if she did that?
No, that's what I'm saying. You're asking me to speculate.
She's a fucking liar. If she did it or not, she can't speculate as to what somebody else's state of mind is.
Do you recall sending Lana Oriani, myself, do you recall sending message after message about Lynn Fox and what she was saying? Therefore, making you aware of what she was saying.
Section compound. Can you repeat the question? Break it down, please.
Absolutely. Miss Jade, isn't it true that you were sending Miss Oriani message after message, screen recordings after screen recordings of Lynn Fox doing lives and saying how she is delusional, how she is lying Lynn?
All of it.
Excuse me?
She says it's irrelevant.
Relevant.
You just claimed that you didn't know anything about this, and I'm asking, how could you not know anything about this if you're the one supplying me with the material, Miss Jade?
No, you're asking me to specifically answer to what Vanessa and Lynn's conversation.
That was before. So that was before, and you said you didn't recall that because
so I have to
you said
dumb
no.
it down.
I had no idea about it. Now
You're
I'm
lying.
asking. Isn't it true that everything that Lynn is talking about in July 2021, July 28th, 2021, that you in fact watched it, saw it, and you then supplied Miss Oriani with that information?
I would have to have I don't know what you're playing from. I would have to become familiar with it. You clearly and this is an issue because you clearly took the weekend, got a bunch of stuff. I have no idea what you have in front of you, what you're playing from,
Your Honor,
and I
this is
deserve to be able to
unresponsive.
see this and prepare my defense.
She can't answer these questions because she doesn't know what you're talking about.
He does. Miss Jade.
At this point,
Your Honor, I did take the weekend to go through what she was saying because it was not true, and I proved it in her own exhibits.
I know, but we're spending
I understand that.
a ridiculous amount of time on things that happened in 2021.
No, I'm impeaching the fuck out of her.
Your Honor, this woman, Lynn Fox, to this day is continuing to make videos, calls the Attorney General, writes articles, and it's all because, and I need to play this part, why she says she did it. And it's because Melissa Jade.
But is she here to testify? Because
It doesn't matter if she's here to testify.
It goes to show that what it's going to show is what I've endured. I'm showing what I've endured because of her lies that continue today. If you look up Trauma and True Crimes channel, and if you look up Checkmate Humanity's channel, it's the same owner. This is this woman, Lynn Fox, and she's talking about how they had a plan. And then all of a sudden, Melissa Jade says, oh, just kidding, guys. I'm really not a victim of Lana's. Neither is Allie. And she says, in quotes, then the rest of us are just standing here. She says, I want to quote what she says, because she's taking it from the messages. And this is what she puts out. She says, the rest of us are just standing here like ninny poos, having to take it because Melissa Jade retracted what she said, and now she's not a victim of Lana's.
Back in 2021. Right?
Yeah, she went out there and said she was a victim, and now she's saying she's not. And Vanessa saying that, no, I talked to Melissa Jade. Do you want to see the screenshots between them?
Right, but none of that. That's
I understand. I understand that. What I'm going to show is what I've endured. This woman said that I revenge porned with Rocket Man. This woman, because of what she did, she's still saying it today. And it's because of her lies. And what I'm trying to show is that when this started happening.
All right, you got 10 more minutes. I told you that I had till 9:30 today. That's it.
Absolutely.
I'm going to cut off this. Go.
Okay. So.
Where? I don't remember anything. I have amnesia.
I would like you to go ahead and turn to page. Oh wait, hold on. AK, respondent AK. Is that your screenshot, Miss Jade?
No,
Whose screenshot is it?
Christina Baker's.
Whose?
Christina Baker's.
Christina Baker. So 32 minutes ago, a screenshot. Is Christina Baker tagged here?
No.
Okay. And can you see where it says fake victim number 1? Is that how you spell your last name, Miss Calderon?
No, you forgot the E at the end.
So Miss Oriani didn't know how to spell your name, isn't that correct? Miss Oriani wasn't putting out the right information because she didn't know your last name, isn't that correct? That's how she spelled your last name.
I don't think she can know whether it was a typo or you don't know how to spell it. Okay, move on.
We've done it multiple times.
Moving on to page AL. December 21st, 2021. 18 minutes. Is that your screenshot?
No.
Which ones are?
So it says at Melissa Jade. You said you got a notification, but that's not yours.
Correct.
So you have, so other people are monitoring me to see when I post about you?
Objection, speculation.
So that would be a no, isn't that correct then? No?
There's a standing objection.
All right, let me ask you this. Are you asking other people to monitor her?
No, I'm not.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on then to page December, it's AM. You see that one?
Yes.
Okay. December 2nd, 2021. So that's when the screenshot was taken, December 2nd, 2021. 3 hours ago. Is that yours?
No.
Have we gotten to one that you've taken yet, Miss Jade?
Majority of them come from Wolfie because.
So now the majority of them, okay.
Because hers contain the original timestamps.
The original times. Okay.
We'll watch me blow this up.
So now can we please turn to Respondent Exhibit AO? Or I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Respondent Exhibit AP. See that one? And that says January 6th, 2022. Isn't that correct? It's a screenshot.
Yes.
Now, this is actually a screenshot of a computer. Are you aware of that?
I'm not sure.
Okay, well, in your other exhibits, just because you blew them up so it was easier to see with the CT through the EU or whatever. So I'm going to have you look at, just for purposes to see it more clearly. Let me get to. But if you look, let me see. Yes, if you can go to EJ, it's you can see it clearer. You can go to Exhibit EJ. And EJ.
Hold on, wait, 1 second, please.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
Now, you testified earlier that you downloaded videos. That's where you got the video that you showed last Friday. That was a downloaded video. Is that correct?
Downloaded copies, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So then your Exhibit EJ, December 24th, 2021. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You see how it says live chat replay?
Right.
Over to the right. Do you see up into the right? You see that little record red button that looks like it's a lighter color and it's a
screen recording.
Screen recording, isn't that correct? Now this isn't a download. This is physically screen recording it, right? So it's one thing to
That's
watch
comment.
Miss Oriani, if you want to watch Miss Oriani, but right here, what you're doing is you're having somebody survey,
Objection,
record my videos.
speculation.
Then what's
Oh,
the
is this
purpose
yours?
for it?
Did you do this then?
I am not. I already asked and answered.
My question is this your screen recording?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so then whose is it, Miss Jade?
I already said it's either going to be Christina Baker's or myself.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. You didn't have a computer or a working phone, and you had
Objection.
in December. When's your birthday, Miss Jade?
Relevant. December 20th.
Okay, December what?
20th.
Okay, so isn't it true that your laptop broke and your iPhone whatever took a shit?
Objection, relevance.
What is the relevance?
The relevance is to go to show that this is a computer generated, this is computer screen. Miss Caldrone at this time did not have it and put out I have my own screenshot of you broadcasting through DTOS and yourself a link to pay to help get you a new phone and a new computer. Isn't that correct? The relevance is that you didn't have the capability to screen record, did you? Because you didn't have a computer then, did you? December 24th, 2021.
If this was screen recorded through a computer, then it's most likely Christina Baker's.
Okay, and why was Christina Baker recording my live broadcast on December 24th, 2021? She wasn't a mod for you at that time, was she?
I'm not sure if she was, but she was a friend.
Okay, so it would surprise you that Christina Baker wrote me all through December saying Merry Christmas to me and that she was not close enough to know you. Does that surprise you? And that she wasn't a mod for you, she was a mod for Allie Erickson?
No, that doesn't surprise me.
And that she says, I don't know MJ like that. So why would MJ or why would Christina Baker be the person that's screen recording? Isn't it true that this is not Christina Baker's screen recording?
No.
So Miss Christina Baker is screen recording for someone that she doesn't know that well at all.
What a complete
Christina Baker screen recording.
What a complete fucking what a psycho.
For what purpose?
For what purpose?
You clearly said something that she wanted a clip.
So what purpose does this EJ respondents exhibit serve for you to prove that you're monitoring and stalking me with you and your friends?
Boom.
You have my name in your title and you're live about me.
Is it hashed? Is
so
it,
it's
is
documenting.
Is the at symbol there?
You asked me a question.
Okay.
This was screenshotted and submitted because you're live about me.
What
you didn't talk about what you did to me, isn't that correct?
That is what the purpose of documenting all of these times whenever I'm notified that you are live or you made a post about me.
You weren't the one documenting it, Miss Jade.
You weren't the one
You just sat here and said that.
So if I ever have to pursue, I have evidence.
From strangers?
Documented, not to monitor.
Miss Jade, why would Christina Baker care that the name Melissa Jade and Melissa Jade's being talked about on December 24th, 2021? Why would she care? You didn't do this, so why does she care?
I submitted this full live in its entirety. Should we listen to it to find out?
I'm asking the question, why
I don't
would
know
Christina
what's
Baker
in it.
care if this says Melissa Jade tells Larry this?
You clearly said something that she wanted to clip. I don't know. I can't testify.
Thank you.
So
So it has nothing to do
don't
with
know.
you.
Thank you. Now, moving on to page respondents exhibit.
Wolfie can't get enough of this shit.
Respondents exhibit EL.
They all just fucking lie.
Now, Miss Jade, this is December 3rd. The screenshot's taken December 3rd, 2021 at 1:15 in the morning. Do you see that?
1:15 in the morning.
ICL? Oh, yes.
Okay.
But
And is this
the
your
screen
screenshot?
recording was taken at December 2nd at 11:39.
What?
Up top, December 3rd, 2021 at 11 or at 1:15 a.m. Do you see that?
Right, but I'm saying the time in the top left of the screen recording is December 2nd at 11.
Yes, because the screen recording is different than the actual physical screenshot. Isn't that correct? You're taking a screenshot of you screen recording. Isn't that correct?
It's taking a screenshot of the screen recording in your photo album.
Yes, because Miss Jade, the question though is there's actually two different timestamps here because you started recording it right when the live went broadcast. But
oh my God,
is this not yours?
No.
Okay.
Jesus.
The question is then next. Inside here, the material, do you see that it's you and Allie Erickson on a live broadcast?
This is
I see that you're playing my live, correct?
Yes. It's your live with who?
With Alex Erickson.
Okay. And I played this live to show this, right? Does this live of you and Allie Erickson still exist on your channel?
Why would you need a screen recording of your own fucking live? Think about that. Why would you have the shit?
I'm not sure.
Played this live to show this, right? Does this live of you and Allie Erickson still exist on your channel?
The answer is
I'm not
no.
sure.
The answer is no.
Isn't it true that it does not exist on your channel anymore, correct?
I'm not sure.
And isn't it true you took it down before court because in this live broadcast, you are apologizing for what you did to me? Isn't that correct?
Ms. Oriani, I submitted the entire live into evidence.
Is that
so
a yes
no.
or a no?
Ms.
It would be
Oriani,
no
I
if that's not
submitted
what
the
It doesn't matter
entire
what's in
live
evidence, it's
into
about the
evidence.
public.
Why would I take it down to hide it?
Because it's about the public.
So the answer is no, you weren't trying to hide it.
So the
I
answer
submitted
is
it in its
did you?
entirety.
I didn't ask about the evidence you submitted, Miss Jade. I'm asking, is this still on your channel?
No, I took it. I don't know if it's down, then it's down. I don't know though.
So you run a business and you have no idea that you took this down or you didn't?
About a couple of weeks ago, after Miss Erickson lost her monetization for reused content, I completely mass deleted a bunch of things off my channel because I got nervous that Google
That's your own
redid
live.
their terms of service, and I do not know if that was one of the things I included. So I don't want to say yes and I don't want to say no because I really don't remember. But if I did, it was not for the intentions to hide anything from the court since I submitted it in its entirety into evidence.
All right, folks,
Okay.
it's 9:30.
I just have one last question.
All right, that's it? Okay.
One last question here. If you can turn to the last one is, let me,
You know, like the thing is, I always knew she was talking to a million people. Like, it's not like I ever thought, oh, I'm special. Nah, like I said, I was just having fun. But trying to figure out, like, God, if she's not only talking to this many people like this, I can't imagine how many situations and how much shit she's accumulated again. Because what I think she's trying to do is I think she's trying to control the official narrative from behind the scenes. If she has all these personal relationships with people and is good and making them think that they have like an in with her, nobody's going to be making videos like exposing Lana anymore. Like when she found out I was a mod for certain people, she asked me to try to get videos taken down of her and stuff. She was using all of us.
Wait till this ruling comes out. Because right here, Melissa Jade's testimony is that I was doing all of this behind everybody's back. All these girls.
You know, like the thing is, I always knew she was talking to a million people. Like, it's not like I ever thought, oh, I'm special. Nah, like I said, I was just having fun. But trying to figure out, like, God, if she's not only talking to this many people like this, I can't imagine how many situations and how much shit she's accumulated again. Because what I think she's trying to do is I think she's trying to control the official narrative from behind the scenes. If she has all these personal relationships with people and is good at making them think that they have like an in with her, nobody's going to be making videos like exposing Lana anymore. Like when she found out I was a mod for certain people, she asked me to try to get videos taken down of her and stuff. She was using all of us. I'm sorry, I don't know what the Watts burrito.
Using you for what? You're just a slop tart. Thirsty, spaghetti. Dumb as fuck. Dumb as fuck. Literally. How do you have a true crime channel? I'm almost there. You can get the fuck out of here. It is paid. It is page. Is respondents exhibit BM.
BM as in boy.
Yeah, BM is in boy.
Okay.
Okay. BM is in boy. January 15, 2022 at 2 p.m. Right? Screenshot. Is that yours?
Probably not. It's probably Christina Baker's.
Okay. Do you see in the bottom right-hand corner that there's double the screenshot symbol? Do you see that?
Thank you. God, hold on.
That's what that means. There's a screenshot on top of a screenshot.
Hold on,
There's
Lana.
circles, right?
You a bad bitch.
So there. This is
Okay. I had to go out with a bang. Again, because I'm just impeaching her everywhere. She's just fucking lying. She's just a fucking liar. That's all there is to it. Fucking liar. Dirty. Just a fucking all-around dirty girl. Earlier, she says to the courts, no, I wouldn't. I'm making sure that I used my own screenshots and da-da-da. And then she talks about that. No, I wasn't going to take a screenshot of a screenshot. Like, no, like well, Mama came back around to save that for last.
This is a copy. This is a picture of someone's screenshot. So whose original picture was it, and then whose screenshot was it?
It would have been Wolfie, Christina Baker's screenshot to me, and then me screenshotting it.
Okay, so then it is your screenshot that has the January 15th, 2022. Isn't that correct?
No, it would have been Christina Baker's screenshot, and then me screenshotting the screenshot.
Okay, so
wait, this is Tina with What the Fuck Translation Services.
Which one?
And
so then it is the original picture, was it? And then
you guys, I cannot. We got to make a drinking game out of this. This is ridiculous. You are a liar. You're committing perjury.
And whose screenshot was it? Those little circles, right? Right-hand corner that there's double the January 15, 2022 at 2 p.m. Right? Screenshot. Is that yours?
Probably not. It's probably Christina Baker's.
Okay, do you see in the bottom right-hand corner that there's double the screenshot symbol? Do you see that?
Yes.
So that's what that means. There's a screenshot on top of a screenshot, those little circles, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is a copy. This is a picture of someone's screenshot. So whose original picture was it? And then whose screenshot was it?
It would have been Wolfie, Christina Baker's screenshot to me, and then me screenshotting it.
Okay, so then it is your screenshot that has the January 15th, 2022. Isn't that correct?
No, it would have been Christina Baker's screenshot, and then me screenshotting the screenshot.
Okay, so which one is this? Because I can tell which one it is based on that the one's behind the other one. So this is the second screenshot. Do you see that? Because otherwise it wouldn't have the little the circle underneath it. Isn't that correct?
Right. But
okay. So my question earlier to you was, you said I was not going to put in evidence screenshots that were taken of screenshots because I wanted to leave the original timestamps.
No, that's not what I said. No.
Okay.
That's not what I said.
Then can you please clear up what you said then?
I never said I wasn't going to put in screenshots taken of screenshot. I said I wasn't going to put in the wrong timestamps.
There is no such thing as a wrong timestamp on a screenshot. Are you aware of that, Miss Jade?
Can you say that again? I didn't hear.
There is no such thing as a wrong timestamp when you take a screenshot.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is. Because, okay, so if I take a screenshot of, let's say, your post now, right? And then I go to take that screenshot in a week from now, it's going to make it as if that post, that screenshot happened on that date and time that I took.
No,
it
won't, because if there's a
Okay, we're not gonna argue
okay.
about that.
Then
You
in
said
this,
you had one more question.
well, this is
for Adam.
it's about
5
BM.
cases waiting.
It's right here where she says
ask the
out of here.
This.
it says you're on the left, it says one-on-one. It says in group chats or one-on-one, and you say one-on-one. There was once a group chat created, but I removed myself because I didn't want any part of that. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that isn't it true that you are being asked, have you ever been in chats with James Angelo Rosakis? Isn't that correct?
Yeah.
And that you say, yeah, one-on-one, there was, to answer that, yes, one-on-one. And then you say, there was once a group chat created, but I removed myself because I didn't want a part in it. What did you not want a part in, Miss Jade?
There was a group chat, and I didn't like all the people that was in the group
screenshot for
chat.
this.
What was the purpose of that group chat?
There was
Group chat created, but I removed myself because I didn't want a part in it. What?
Hey, Wolfie, way to help her in this whole thing. And Nina narrates and all the other fucktards out there. You just fucking put your girl up on a blast stool, handed her all this fucking evidence. This just shows that all you guys do is literally eat Lana morning, noon, and motherfucking night. Literally. You guys can't get a fucking enough of it. You guys just watch me all day fucking long. And I don't care that you watch me. Leave me and my family alone, right? Watch me, eat it up, right? Eat it up like Checkmate Humanity says. She's a sick fuck. The only time that girl gets fucking views is when she talks about me. I just powed the fuck out of not just this person, all you motherfuckers, because I showed y'all did it together. And guess what? When y'all did this, I had, 4,000, 3,500 subscribers because of all this fucking shit. Well, who the fuck's where? You want to know why I'm here? And y'all are still just want to just get a little bit of my sweaty sweats. Talent. That's why. Talent.
Did you not want a part in, Miss Jade?
There was a group chat, and I didn't like all the people that was in the group chat.
Oh, damn, I didn't want to be a part of it.
What was the purpose of that group chat?
Did you just hear this? What a liar. She said, oh, there was this one time that, there was a group chat, but I removed myself from it because I didn't want any part in it. And I said, what didn't you want to be a part of? I didn't want to be a part of it because of the people that were in it. Girl, you are so full of shit. Just woo. And this all started because why? I would say go focus on true crime, but I don't think you guys have any business near true crime. So just stay the fuck away from me. Where was I at? Here.
There wasn't a purpose of the group chat. I just had issues with people within the group chat.
And then in closing, my last question is, were you ever a member of Miss Oriani's YouTube channel?
Not that I could recall.
Okay, so then BV, that is a screenshot of members only. How did you obtain that?
Boom! Give the girl praise!
It would have been somebody else's screenshot.
Y'all pay for my membership!
So you said this is only you and Wolfie, isn't that correct? That these messages are from? You and
The
Christina
majority
Baker,
of
rather?
it, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
listen,
So Christina
Who's
Baker's
this?
a member of my
One more
channel.
question. I've got to cut
Who's
this off.
this?
I have 5 cases waiting. I told you to get till 9:30. It's going on 9:37.
Your Honor, with all of her material, it honestly proves my case, the monitoring that's gone on. The gaslighting is from Miss Jade. She tried to trick the tribunal into the chronological order of events that took place on March 31st and the reasoning behind why she added James Androbasakis. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Calderon, this is the court's position because I was hoping to get it done. You know, you're entitled to redirect yourself, but I have all your testimony, okay? We've been going ad nauseum for a long time in this case. I think that this case has been my longest case.
Dude, 3 fucking days of that shit. 3 days. 3 days. This is why during December, I fucking had no voice. People are like, Lana, you're sick. Yeah, because I'm doing my job. I'm being a mom. I fucking have to do all this extra shit. And these motherfuckers are calling the FBI on me, the attorney general on me. They're colluding, conspiring. It's all provable. And it's all right here. I said it in my closing. You could talk about me all fucking day. I don't give a fuck what you say. I don't care. Talk about me. We, as human beings and who are American citizens, we have civil liberties. But there is one thing that I will not accept, and that is impeding on my motherfucking civil liberties. You come for my civil liberties, I will, simple as day, I'm going to protect my civil liberties and I will take your ass to fucking court. I don't play this pity pat bullshit. So, and I encourage other people. This is a true crime. I'm playing a court case like I would for any court hearing, like I do for all of the other cases I cover. But people that adult bully and put shit out on videos, you are no better than anybody else. So don't do the shit. Don't do it back. There's no reason. Because then you're not better. Now, this is a true crime. When you come for people's kids, families, then you're calling in the tip line in the FBI and saying that I'm exploiting children, saying that I'm misappropriating funds of a nonprofit. Go on. That is menacing. That is false reporting. Not only are you then impeding on my civil liberties, the civil part of things, but you're becoming a criminal. You're becoming a flat out fucking criminal. And all for what? For you to seem cool with the mean group table? These people ain't cool. They're dumb as fuck. All these people are dumb as balls. Literally, they're stupid. Literally, this woman is running a true crime channel. And I don't know. I mean, I've never claimed to be a lawyer ever once in my life. Like, never once. But desperate people do desperate things. And that's what these people have gone to. And like I said, it's civil, then it became criminal. In my opinion, things are criminal. And I don't give a fuck what y'all say about me. I've never cared about anything that anyone's ever said to me my whole entire life. You know why? Because I let my work, just like in my sports, I let my shit do my talking, period. And then I'm also on the receiving end of giving props when people do their job. Like when you do a great job, like you ain't gonna see no hating on by like, why are you hating? No, you give props where props is due. Like when people are doing good things for like a community or a school, or like, you know, when a teacher does a great job or someone's donating much of their time to doing this. I'm just talking about at all facets of life. But all you have, the people that do this and talk about people and simple-minded, I shouldn't say simple, extraordinary people talk about ideas and ways to do things. Fucks talk about people. Go do you. You want to cheat on your husband for 10 years? I don't give a flying fuck. You want to lie to your true crime audience and tell them things that aren't true and have a fake source? Go right ahead. But there is something that won't happen. And I won't be a part of. I don't allow people to be even in my chats and talk about people. You get fucking kicked. We say it constantly here because it's our job to create atmospheres that if you're going to say something, then you have to be a leader in that example. You make videos mocking and making fun of people, you are just the same. And that's no place, and it will not be, you know, anywhere around my channel. I want everybody who ever watches my channel to feel that they can go to any channel. Just like if you want to watch Fox, ABC, this, that, or ESPN, then you watch this sport or that. Who are people to say that run a business that, oh my God, that subscriber, I mean, in terms of like a Netflix subscriber, oh my God, they can't be a Hulu subscriber. Y'all are fucking whack. Like, listen to, like, what? That just doesn't make any sense. People, go wherever the fuck you want. And when someone tells you that you can't, that's when I think you should look at who's saying that and don't be where maybe they're saying, you know, whoever comes at somebody and says and tells you how to think or what to do, that's where you need to walk the other way. And I think it's crazy. I think people, like, if you're treating your channel like a true channel, I've never seen CNN, Fox, ABC, NBC all get on a panel and then just start motherfucking each other. I've never seen that in my life. And so it shouldn't happen here. And I'm sorry, but if you're part of it and you watch it, then if you're part of that panel, if you're hosting it, or if you're in the section where there's comments, but when you take away, there's no, why would anybody want to watch that shit? If somebody has done something to you, go to your local authorities, go to the courts. Don't go to YouTubers. Do you go to Fox? I mean, I guess, yeah, you went to the news because you want them to report on a case. You don't go to a YouTuber, though, for them to like go and attack people.
That's so fucking, that's just like that. But that's what these, that's what I've seen subscribers and even other creators try to do. They try to go to other creators and say, oh my God, this is what this person's doing to me. Well, girl, go cry to somebody else. I'm sorry what they're doing to you, but go to the police. Go to, like I said, but you watch it, you combat it, you're part of it. You host it, you're part of it. So I'm not on the down. I'm not all about on this like, oh, bringing awareness stuff. No, what you want to bring awareness to is how you get rid of it. Okay, is you don't sponsor it. You don't be a part of it on any type of platform, any type of production, and you don't give it any air, oxygen. But there are so many talented people that are subscribers, that are members, that have talented brains. They have ways that, they're good researchers. They can do, dude, utilize those talents and be around people. If you like, true crime because you want to help people, be where that's at. And that's what this channel is. And me showing my court case, it's because it's a true crime case. It's what it is. It's just like watching the Amber Heard, Johnny Depp. It's just like watching any other court. If I want to cover my case, it's not me covering drama. It's me covering a court case, just like anything else. Just like I would cover any other court case. So our reputations are really important, especially I've prided myself on my reputation, and I'll be damned if anybody is going to come for that and come for the people that I love. But I've just never seen more pathetic attempts at adults attacking other people due to their looks or due to their weight or due to just, are y'all fucking in 7th grade? Your parents failed miserably and all you guys are parents. And now I know for a fact you're failing. So that's all I have to say. But I won't have people part of my channel, and because I think that we should be leading by example. So, and I'm very, very, I guess you could say, picky, stingy when it comes to who is in blue, and even who's in green. I don't care if you go and buy a membership in my channel. If you act like a fool, you get blocked. I don't care who you are. Be kind, and if you can't be kind, be silent. Just shut the fuck up. Block people. Be adults. So if you give stuff like that airspace, I'm sorry, but I don't want that around my channel. That's how you get rid of it. Again, thank you for all the support with the true crimes that I've been going through. Not only the Idaho cases I've been covering, Delphi, Karen Reed, Shell Jeter Jr., and Aliquippa. But I couldn't tell you anything what these people are doing in their lives. I have no idea. When I read off a report last night and saw that that leg spreader, Vanessa Walsh, it's not my fault that you chose to cheat and that got outed to the community. And it's not my fault that you lied to all your paying subscribers and all your members were like, holy shit. So outing the behavior in terms of like fraud, that's a crime. You understand that? Having a sex scandal against somebody, that's a crime. And I went to the authorities. I went to the courts. And that's something that people can say, oh, it happened so long ago. Well, it affected my life, and it's still affecting my life. But And Bella rocks. Bella rocks. I've always been a leader my whole entire life as a point guard with sports period. I've never fouled. I don't care if I'm sitting at a table alone. Doesn't fucking, I don't, who cares? I'm going to go to the bar right now and get myself a steak and some vegetables. Sit by myself and eat and then be in peace and let my brain just whoop and then get back, do some work. Don't be afraid to just be you. Be you. As long as you cool with you, give your time to you. If anybody asks you to go screen recording something for somebody, laugh in their fucking face. Tell them to do it themselves. Oh, here, put this post out. Let's create this fucking alt channel. Tell them to be a fucking woman or a man and stand by their shit. And call them a straight up pussy. That's what's cool. Until next time.